F. Per i non addetti ai lavori cosa sta a significare? Sta a significare l'ultima chance, l'ultima possibilità per questi singolisti, perché nel canottaggio viene sempre costruita anche un ranking mondiale e questo andrà ad assegnare le posizioni dalla 31esima alla 33esima assoluta in chiave mondiale alla ski run di Varese. Buona la partenza per il Paraguay che in questo momento viaggia a 37 colpi al minuto, sta cercando di portarsi al comando davanti alla Corea, una lotta importante tra queste due nazioni che sono rimaste fuori dai giochi, non sono riuscite ad entrare nelle finali che richiedevano una selezione, quelle che di fatto dalla finale D in su fino ad arrivare alla finale A che assegna le medaglie sono quelle prove che permettono anche di rincorrere eventuali sogni di gloria, insomma una finale di consolazione con Paraguay che continua a fare l'andatura davanti alla Corea.
Just before we throw to our commentators out on the water, Luca, what about the conditions here in Varese? Is this fairly typical? It's another beautiful, pretty flat, calm kind of day, isn't it?
Today is another wonderful day, I have to say. And as you can see, the gliders already started. And that is a good sign, really good sign. When you see gliders flying, means that the conditions will be simply perfect. So another stunning day, but I'm sure our co-commentators on the course will be able to give us more an update on the water conditions and the course conditions that we're facing today at the 1,000-meter mark.
Lovely, great. Well, let's hear from them and hand over for the first time today to our, as I say, rowing commentary legend. That's what you are, Robert. Over to you, Robert Trahan-Jones.
That's very kind of you, Rob. Good morning, everyone listening in here at the venue and indeed worldwide on worldrowing.com. You join us, as the guys have said, fantastic racing conditions here on the Lago di Varese here in Italy. It has hosted so many fine championships over the years, and this year's World Cup is certainly no exception. Well, we're kicking off, as they say, with this F final of the men's single sculls. Javier Insfran of Paraguay has a lead of about a length over Kim Dong-yong of Korea through the halfway mark. Now, we appear to have a no-show from the Algerian athlete that was due to have taken part here, Abdenour Zouad. We don't have any news on his well-being. We assume that he's pulled out for medical reasons. But right now, it's Paraguay leading Korea.
Buongiorno anche da parte mia, appena transitato al passaggio dei 1000 metri la finale F del singolo maschile in questa splendida giornata qui sul lago di Varese per la seconda prova di Coppa del Mondo e l'atleta del Paraguay a condurre con un'imbarcazione abbondante di vantaggio sul rappresentante della Corea. Non vediamo in gara invece l'Algeria che sul programma doveva occupare la corsia numero 1.
Both athletes roughly with the same sculling speed on the water, but the Paraguayan having to work a little harder. He's got a stroke rate of 37 against a relatively relaxed rate for the Korea of 32 as they move down to 1,500 metres and come within sight of Neve Hayes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Robert. Great to be back here. What a great day we had yesterday. And it's great to be back with the first race of the day, the F final of the men's single sculls. So just as you said, Robert, there, it is Insfran from Paraguay looking to be working much harder here, as you said, rating 37 as he comes down towards me here at the 1,500 metre mark. It is translating into a greater boat speed here against Kim from Korea, who's next to me here. He's in lane 3. So they're just coming up to me here now at the hut. Very different styles between the two of them. As you mentioned there, Insfran there just working that little bit harder. He seems to be just that little bit more aggressive, trying to get that boat speed up. This is the F final, but these positions are really important to get your ranking within world rowing. So yes, we are seeing now Kim from Korea having to up his rate to try and match the speed of Insfran from Paraguay. Unfortunately, it's not really translating too much into, he's not really closing the distance there now between himself and Insfran. But there is still about 300 meters to go in this race, and we're actually seeing Insfran is responding there, and he's increased his rate ever so slightly again, which means his speed is gone up too. So at this stage of the race, with just about 200 meters to go, it does look like it will go the way of Insfran from Paraguay, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Yes, he's just beginning to pull away now as they come into our view as we look down the course. Pretty much the full 2,000-meter sweep we have from our tower position here. Absolutely wonderful and great to see this first race now nearing completion.
Davvero senza indugio, una partenza esplosiva, un passo costante, un vantaggio dapprima controllato e poi costruito colpo su colpo, arrivando a superare i 5 secondi. Questa è la storia del Paraguay, che di fatto va a conquistare la prima vittoria di giornata, assicurandosi la 31esima piazza mondiale davanti alla Corea. È così che si va a chiudere, con la vittoria del Paraguay davanti alla Corea in questa finale F del singolo maschile.
Yeah, it's a good, strong finish from the Paraguayan, Javier Insfran. He takes the checkered flag about 2.5 lengths ahead of Kim Dong-yong of Korea. The two athletes acknowledge each other. Well done to both of them for a very well-fought 2,000-meter race. So that will give them their overall placings. It's just become slightly difficult to work out now because there have been some other withdrawals in the CD and EE finals in the men's single sculls. So there we are. That's that race completed. The next race is already well on its way down the water. It's the E final of the men's single sculls, with Switzerland 2 in lane 1, Germany 2 in lane 2. In lane 3, Tayeb of Tunisia has withdrawn for medical reasons. Australia in lane 4, China 1 in lane 5, the Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire in lane 6. And they're just coming up to you now, Robert.
They are indeed, Rob. Yes, Julius Rommelmann of Germany leading the way, the younger brother of the lightweight Jonathan Rommelmann, and he's got a marginal lead over the Australian Henry Yule in the centre lane 3. They're followed in third place by Scott Berlocker of Switzerland, who was originally due to have taken part in the Swiss quad scull this weekend, but that boat had to be broken up for medical reasons, I believe. Berlocker in third with the slight advantage over the Chinese athlete Chen Wei Chun, with Ricardo Bui of Côte d'Ivoire bringing up the rear in fifth.
In questa finale E del singolo maschile abbiamo visto l'atleta australiano Henry Yule partire molto forte, transitare prima i 500 metri, ma qui alla boa dei 1000 Germania 2, Julius Rommelmann, che ha incrementato il suo ritmo, la sua velocità, è riuscito a mettere la prua davanti, passare davanti, tenta il rientro l'atleta cinese, il singolista cinese all'acqua 5, più alto la sua frequenza, il suo numero di colpi, ma a condurre ancora il tedesco all'acqua 2.
Little bit of a burn there from Henry Yule, the Australian, trying to get back on terms with Rommelmann. He's got the slightly higher rate, translating that into boat speed. How's it looking with you, Niamh?
It's looking great. They're just starting to approach around 1,300 meters here down the course. It is still the German sculler Rommelmann in the lead here. We saw him quite steady with his rate all along, 33, 34, and he's actually increased it up to 36 now at this stage of the race, and we're seeing that translate into his boat speed. So he's just trying to get away from the Australian Henry Yule there, who has been hot on his heels really throughout this whole race, but he is opening up that lead now at this stage of the race. Then back in third, there's a great race, Scott Berlocker there in third at the moment, and not too far behind Chen from China. So they're just coming up to the 1,500 meter mark. As it stands, it is still Rommelmann of Germany just passing me outside the window here now. Then in that second place, it is at the moment Henry Yule of Australia, but he seems to be falling back ever so slightly here. Again, it's just, I think, Rommelmann is just pulling away from everyone else at this stage. And then at the moment, it is Chen from China in that third position, followed by Berlocker of Switzerland in fourth. And then closest to me here, we have Bui of Côte d'Ivoire in lane 6, closest to to the stand as they come down towards about 300 meters to go. But this is phenomenal stuff out of Rommelmann here. He's really just pulling away from everyone else. Fastest boat out there at the moment, and just opening up a nice lead over Yule of Australia now, who's in second. Then it is Chen of China in that third position, and falling back a little bit over on the far side in lane one as well is Berlacher of Switzerland. Rob.
Thank you very much, Niamh. Yes, this is impressive from the German in lane two. As you say, he seems to be extending his lead ahead of the chasing pack. Henry Yule of Australia battling it with Chen of China for that second spot right now.
Un arrivo splendido. Se da un lato la Germania continua a fare l'andatura, per la seconda e terza piazza la lotta è tra la Cina e l'Australia, ed è curiosa la scelta australiana. La direzione tecnica ha deciso di prendere uno dei migliori uomini del lotto per metterlo in singolo. Questo atleta infatti lo scorso anno da titolare dell'ammiraglia fu medaglia di bronzo al campionato del mondo.
Well, it's going to be a clear win for the German, and some good support coming from the grandstand here as well. It is Rommelmann who crosses the line in first place ahead of Australia's Henry Yule, and then just pipping to that second spot with China's Chen in third as the remaining crews now come across the water in this E final. But a terrific piece of sculling from Julius Rommelmann in Germany too. We now have the D final of the women's single sculls. Just two athletes contesting this race. From Chinese Taipei, we have Huang Yiting, and from Korea is Park Ji-yoon. So, Robert, I think they're just heading your way. It looks like they're pretty much side by side here.
They are indeed. Very little to choose between these two scullers as they proceed through the second quarter up to the halfway mark. Now, of course, both these scullers have come a long, long way here to take part in this Italian round of the World Cup competition. But, of course, both of them, as with many other athletes this season, will have an eye on qualification for the Paris Olympics next year. So they'll get some idea of their boat speed against the full breadth of international opposition, because both of them will then probably go back and be wanting to take part in the Asian qualification regatta that will take place during the winter months later on this year, with an eye on a slot at the Paris Olympics. But as we come up to the halfway mark, Huang Yiting, the 33-year-old from Chinese Taipei, who's already taken part in the Tokyo Olympics, finished 20th on that occasion, and will no doubt be heading for better things come next year's competition, but leading the Korean Park Ji-yoon by about 2.5 lengths at the halfway mark.
Finale D per il singolo femminile, quindi le atlete che non hanno superato i ripescaggi. E in acqua 1 è Taipei a condurre abbondantemente qui ai 1000 metri, e su Corea che sta regattando a un ritmo di colpi direi molto tranquillo, e di conseguenza penso che non sarà possibile, immaginabile, vedere un suo rientro sull'atleta di Taipei che continua la sua andatura controllando l'avversaria.
Well, age and experience telling here. There's the young Korean, only 19 years of age, so maybe that particular athlete has her eye on the under-23 World Championships later this year. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, Chinese Taipei leads Korea, Niamh.
She does indeed. Thank you so much, Robert. Yeah, this has been a great race to watch, really. Both of them have different approaches, and they've been holding very steady throughout the whole course as they come down towards 1400 meters now. So Huang from Chinese Taipei there, rating quite a bit higher there. She kind of started around 36 and has not let up in that throughout the whole way. Really good boat speed. Again, it's been so consistent throughout this whole race. She's raced so many seasons. You know, she was racing in Rio, finished 25th overall, so much experience in that boat. Then Park of Korea, as you said, Robert, so young, just 19 years old, taking a bit of a different approach. She kind of started around 30, 31 strokes per minute. We saw her drop down to 29 there just now, and again, it's not really translating into the same sort of boat speed that Huang of Chinese Taipei is getting out of her boat. So they're just passing out my window now, 1,500 meters. So smooth, so controlled, so aggressive out of Huang of Chinese Taipei. They're opening up a big lead now over Park of Korea. Just two rowers in this D final of the women's single sculls, getting their ranking for the upcoming season. But what we're seeing now is Huang of Chinese Taipei keeping that rate, and the speed is actually increasing ever so slightly. She's actually, in fact, increasing her rate now again. She's up to around 37 strokes per minute here now as she heads towards 300 meters to go, Rob.
Thanks, Niamh. Yes, she's testing herself here, isn't she? Which is really impressive, because she's probably broken clear enough away now to ease off should she want to. But pushing down towards the line, seeing if she can get a good timing. I sent 77:56.83, I think was her time in her heat yesterday. So she may be looking to beat that, but going really well, and a good 10.5 seconds now ahead of Park Ji-yoon of Korea.
Un vantaggio di quelli che ti permettono di gustare ogni centimetro di gara quando hai oltre 10 secondi di margine. Di fatto non solo riesci a controllare l'avversario, ma anche a gustarti la cavalcata sul campo di regata. Sono una di quelle prove che ti ricordi per sempre. Riesci a guardarti a destra e a sinistra, a gustarti il passaggio delle boe rosse, ma oramai non c'è storia davvero per nessuno. È Taipei che va a vincere davanti alla Corea in una gara davvero scritta fin dalle prime palate per questa finale D al femminile del singolo di specialità.
It's a really impressive last few hundred meters from Huang Waiting of Chinese Taipei, who crosses the line there with a fairly good gap between her and Park Ji-yoon of Korea, crossing in second place. I'll just give you the timings there. 7:47.20 for Huang. That's a big improvement of around 9 seconds on her heat yesterday. So that's impressive. Let's just check on Park as well. 8:02.86. So just outside her heat time of yesterday. But great performance from both of these scullers. Next on the water is the men's single sculls D final. They're already at 1,000 meters, right opposite you, Robert.
Yes, and at the 1,000-meter mark, it's the veteran Danny Friedman of Israel who is leading this small field here as we proceed through the halfway mark. The story so far, it was the newcomer from China that took the early lead. Zhang Hanwen went off like a rocket despite being one of the slower qualifiers for this D final. But then Friedman's experience, he used the second quarter to good effect and moved through to take the lead at halfway.
Bella questa finale D del singolo maschile, dove vediamo Danny Friedman, Israele, condurre con mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio al passaggio a metà percorso. Molto allineati gli altri tre avversari, sono 4 in totale i singolisti impegnati in questa finale D.
Well, we seem to, as well as the Trevor Jones, who withdrew for medical reasons, we seem to be missing one of the other athletes who is due to take part in this race. I can't quite see what's occurred there, but anyway, the 4 scullers remaining, moving down to you, Niamh.
They are, absolutely. What a great race is happening here at the moment. It is still Danny Friedman of Israel just holding on to that lead ever so slightly. Not much in it at all between himself, Nazari of Azerbaijan, just hanging to that second place at the moment, and Zhang of China here on the closest side to me in lane 6. As you said, 2 withdrawals here, so just 4 boats coming down towards me now. They're just passing 1,400 meters done. 600 to go. It is incredible here to see. They're actually all 3 boats are now even across the course. This is fantastic. So just looking at the window here as they pass the 1,500 meters, it's whoever gets their oars in the water quicker, moves their boat From what I'm seeing here, looking out the window, that Chinese sculler looks a bit more comfortable. He's kind of sitting up much taller, looking very confident. It's looking like the other two scullers there are having to work a little bit harder here. So let's see what happens throughout the last few hundred meters of this race. Then back in that fourth position, it is Joel Nakarinen of Finland. He made the B final of the beach sprints last year, which is very exciting for anyone who has watched beach sprints over the years. Such an exciting sport. So I'm sure there's more to come from him in that. But back to this race, and it is Nazari of Azerbaijan after taking the lead in the middle of the course there. And now it is Danny Friedman back in second, and Zhang of China too in that third position, Rob.
Thank you. Love a beach sprint. I think the beach sprints are terrific fun, aren't they? But back to this D final in the men's single sculls. Just the four crews in this, and it really is a very tight race indeed. They're almost kind of in a line abreast formation. Maybe one of the athletes on the far side, I think that's Nakarainen of Finland, perhaps just dropping off, but it's going to be a great finish between the other three.
Una grande prova, una grande finale con l'aggancio conclusivo da parte del talento che ancora una volta prova a rientrare per quanto riguarda Cina ed Israele. Attenzione all'esterno Danny Friedman che non vuole mollare nemmeno di un centimetro, ha dominato per tutto il percorso ed ora accorcia la palata. È Danny Friedman lì davanti a controllare.
Danny Friedman's going to take it. He does it by about half a length, and I think second place has gone to Zhang in China too. A terrific race there. In fact, I wonder if he's pipped Naziri. Let's get the official timings on that. Yeah, Zhang has indeed come in second ahead of Naziri of Azerbaijan in third. Very, very little in it between these athletes, and Nakarainen of Finland in fourth place in this men's single sculls D final. We now have the C final of the lightweight men's single sculls with Hong Kong, China 2, Finland and Algeria 2. Again, they are bearing down on you, Robert.
And at this point, Kasper Hirvilampi, the Finnish athlete, the only one of these three who took part in last year's World Championships in the Czech Republic. He's led this race virtually from the starting blocks, leading Hong Kong, China and Algeria. Hosiu Yung, the Hong Kong China athlete, he was in the lightweight double last time out in Zagreb 6 weeks ago. So that particular nation obviously shuffling their athletes in and out of the Olympic boat class, which of course is the lightweight double scull. For their part, the Algerians seem to have brought a fair old handful of athletes here to Varese to get some idea of their boat speed. And even as I'm describing the scene, the Algerian has suddenly pumped up the rate. He realizes he's got a race on his hands and is trying to take an extra advantage over the Hong Kong China athlete. Hirvilampi then leads the way at the halfway mark.
Tre atleti in questa finale C del singolo leggero maschile. A condurre Kasper Hirvilampi, Finlandia, all'acqua 2 al centro di questa finale C. Molto distesa la sua azione, si permette di remare con un paio di colpi in meno rispetto agli avversari. Prova Algeria 2 all'acqua 3 a tentare di sganciare l'avversario di Hong Kong per mantenere la seconda posizione in questa gara che assegnerà i posti dal 13° al 15°.
Algeria maintaining the edge over Hong Kong, China, but surely nothing's going to stop the Finnish athlete taking this C final.
So, Robert, I think he's just opened up too much of a lead now at this stage of the race. They have about 800 metres to go, and I do know that Boujima there of Algeria did put on a big push. It didn't really translate into much of it. He didn't close the gap any little bit, really, between himself and Hirvilampi of Finland, who's still leading it out. He, in fact, has the most control over his rate. They're rating around 33 strokes per minute. They're just coming up towards 1,400 metres now, and he is just opening up the gap here really between the other two scullers. Looking nice and controlled, as we were talking about very much yesterday. When you're in the lead and you're looking back at your competitors, it's such a great position to be in. rather than having to try and look over your shoulder at the competitors who are ahead of you. So to be in this position where he is now with over 2 lengths of clear water here, he is in a great position because he can respond at any point if he sees the other 2 scullers going for it. But they're just passing me now at the 1500 metre mark, still holding that nice steady rate. It is Hirvelampi of Finland, nice and control here in the C final. So these scullers are competing for places 13, 14 and 15th here at World Cup 2, and he is just opening up that lead. Really, his speed is going up. He's seeing Boujima of Algeria trying to work hard to break down the lead, but it's not really happening, and Hirvelampi is just responding any time he needs to. So with about 300 meters to go, Rob, it looks like the places are pretty set.
It does, Niamh. Yeah, again, it'd be quite interesting to see the difference in timings, or the similarity even from yesterday for Hirvelampi. The conditions may be a little bit different, but I'm sure he'll be looking at those timings as well. 7:17 was his time yesterday. In fact, out of these 3 athletes, Boujima of Algeria 2 was the quickest in the heats yesterday of 7:14.86, but they're closing in on us now, Luca.
Oramai è una gara già scritta, perché la Finlandia è partita con un secondo di margine dopo il primo rilevamento cronometrico ed ora è arrivata ad averne quasi 6. Questo permette al talento finlandese di continuare nella sua marcia trionfale verso il traguardo davanti ad Algeria e Hong Kong China con scioltezza assoluta. Decide addirittura di non fare la chiusura necessaria normalmente e imprescindibile quando le gare sono molto vicine e ravvicinate. Qui invece è solo un'occasione per andare a completare il percorso, quindi Finlandia, Algeria, Hong Kong, China.
So just coming down to the finish line, there's the hooter for Kasper Hirvelampi of Finland, and that's the gap between him and the second place Boujima of Algeria 2. The time for Hirvelampi, 7:08.42, so considerably quicker than his 7:17 yesterday. On the water now is the C final of the men's pair with Korea, China 2, Hungary, Hong Kong, China and Japan. And this looks another good race, closely fought. Good to see 5 boats out on the water, battling hard in this C final with nearly up to the 1,000-metre mark. Let's get the latest from Robert Trahan-Jones.
Well, it was the Shenpali brothers from Hungary in the centre lane 3 who took the early lead and reached the 500-metre timing market first out of these 5. But within the last 300 metres, Lam and Wong of Hong Kong, China have taken an absolute flyer, and now they now lead the field by about a length and a half. Hungary still hanging on to second ahead of China, Korea and Japan.
Finale C delle 2 senza maschile. Passa in testa l'equipaggio di Hong Kong con un ritmo di colpi infernale, non vuole lasciare spazio agli avversari per tentare di rientro. Il diretto inseguitore Ungheria all'acqua 3, seguito dall'equipaggio della Cina, iscrizione numero 2.
Yes, that push from Hong Kong, China has surely taken them into an unassailable lead. They are still pumping it away at 41 strokes a minute. This is a fantastic performance. I wonder if they'd put in that sort of race earlier in the competition here in Varese, whether they would be racing the B or even the A final rather than here racing for places 13 to 17 overall. Hong Kong, China then, Niamh, leading the way.
They are indeed. Let's see if they can keep that push going right till the finish. They have about 650 metres to go here. They really upped it there. They're actually still holding on to that 41 strokes a minute. It is translating into good boat speed here, but we are seeing the pair from Hungary and China 2 also working hard here. China 2 now gone up to 40 strokes per minute as well. they're seeing that they're having to work a little bit hard here to try and stay within those top positions in this C final, but looking so aggressive. I actually can't believe the aggression coming out of the Hong Kong boat here. They have a great view. They're looking back on the other competitors and they are just going for it here. They have about 400 meters to go and they've actually upped their speed here at this stage now again. So I don't think there'll be much catching them at this point in the race. Then back in second place we have Hungary, and then in third at the moment it is China 2, followed by Korea in lane 1 over on the far side, and Japan in lane 5 on the near side. But this is really impressive stuff here from the crew from Hong Kong, still maintaining that high rate, 41 strokes per minute, still maintaining that high speed, fastest moving boat out there by a mile. And then back in the second, still Hungary, but China too, they're putting on a big push here. This is amazing to see, actually, with 200 meters to go, Rob. I'm not sure. I think Hong Kong might stay there, but there's a good push between Hungary and China too.
Yeah, and that will possibly close the gap on Hong Kong, China out in the lead. But as you say, a really impressive race here for this C final of the men's pair.
Una finale C veloce, una finale C che ancora una volta va a premiare nuove nazioni che crescono. Hong Kong, China, lì davanti all'Ungheria, ancora in una marcia trionfale. All'esterno prova a stringere la Cina nella morsa, ma Hong Kong, China oramai solitaria vola verso la vittoria di questa finale C del 2 senza maschile.
Really impressive finish, and Hong Kong, China are not going to give up here. They've got clear water between them and China 2 over in lane 2. There's the hooter for them. There's still a battle going on for second. China 2 are just going to take it ahead of Hungary in third. We now have the C final of the men's double sculls. In lane 1, it's the Lensing brothers, Jakob and Emil for Denmark. In lane 2, China 2, Chi and Zhang. And in lane 3 for Korea, Zhong Yongjun and Kim Jong-min. And Robert Trahan-Jones, if you'd be kind enough to paint the latest picture, I've got Denmark just ahead.
And that is certainly borne out in the reality here as they approach us here at 1,000. Yes, indeed. The Lensing brothers, experienced internationals at junior and under 23 level, but like the other two doubles taking part in this C final, this is the first senior international for all 6 athletes in this field. And Denmark with a lead of just over a length ahead of China 2, Chi and Zhong in the center lane 2, and they in turn have a couple of legs advantage about the Korean combination, Zhong and Kim on the grandstand side. Denmark really working for it. They're rating a pip or so higher than the other two doubles. At the halfway mark then, the Lensing brothers lead.
In questa finale C del doppio maschile vediamo i fratelli Lensing condurre al passaggio ai 1000 metri, ma vengono attaccati in questo momento dalla Cina 2, all'acqua 2 appunto, che con tra l'altro 2 colpi al minuto in meno sul loro passo riescono a essere più incisivi e sembra che possano tentare il rientro in questo momento della gara.
Just easing back on the boat speed now because they've got their noses in front. They can afford to take a slight breather now, look around as they leave the pressure on the second and third, the trailing boats here. Come on then, Neve. Denmark leading the way. What's your reckoning?
I don't think they can let it off too much here now because China 2 are really hot on their heels. They're matching their boat speed here and they have a little bit steadier stroke rate here. So there's probably more in this Chinese crew, which we'll see now as they come in to the final 700 meters or so of this race. As I say that, the Chinese are increasing their boat speed here now, trying to eat into the 10-meter lead that the Lensing brothers of Denmark have over them at this stage of the race. Looking out my window now, just they're approaching 1,400 meters here, and it is Lensing brothers of Denmark just ever so slightly ahead. Again, they're rating around 36. The Chinese now up to 35. As I said, that Denmark seems to be putting on a push now, rating up towards 37 now. They still are holding that 10-meter lead over the Chinese. who are matching them for boat speed here. So with 500 meters to go, I do think there's still enough room for the crew from China to put in another little push here to try and beat down Denmark. Then in that third position, it is Korea, who've just passed me here. They're just coming up to 1,600 meters to go. But as it stands, there is the push. The push is coming from China to Chi and Chong there. They are going for it. They're still rating around 36, but their boat speed has increased big time. But Denmark are responding. They saw them coming, so they have now upped it. They're up at 38. Their boat speed has increased. So with about 250 meters to go, let's see if Denmark can hold off China too.
Another good race. They've remained pretty much in lane order, haven't they, since the start, with Denmark leading ahead of People's Republic of China 2 and then Republic of Korea in third place in lane 3.
Ed è proprio la Cina che in questo momento lancia ancora l'attacco conclusivo sulla Danimarca. La Danimarca che all'esterno cerca di mantenere, ma la Cina vuole ridurre i 2 secondi di divario andando a sgranocchiare quel possibile vantaggio della Danimarca, che se ne accorge e se ne va per andare a vincere questa finale C del doppio maschile. Non ci sono più dubbi, la Danimarca andrà a vincere la gara davanti alla Cina, poi la Repubblica della Corea.
Denmark upping their rate again in these closing stages just to shake off any challenge from China 2 alongside them. It's Denmark winning it by just over a length from China 2 in second place, and Republic of Korea coming home in third. We now have a 2-boat race in the C final of the men's 4 with Hong Kong, China in lane 1, Indonesia in lane 2. Robert, how are they looking?
Yes, as you say, just 2 crews have come a long, long way, haven't they, to take part from the Far East, both of them. All credit to Indonesia, a nation which, in my experience, has produced lightweight crews in the smaller boat classes, but to produce an open weight men's 4, that really is a mark of great things to come. And we saw 3 of these guys take part in the Indonesian crew at last year's World Championships in Repechages, where I was mightily impressed with their performance, and no doubt staying together and getting the greater degree of cohesion that implies. Hopefully they will be starting to move up the rankings at this year's Worlds in Belgrade. But in this straight C final against Hong Kong, China, here as they approach the halfway mark, they're pumping it away. They're a pip or 2 higher rate-wise, and they've certainly got the greater boat speed, now leading Hong Kong, China by about a length and a half at the halfway mark.
Finale C per il 4 senza maschile, una finale che potremmo dire arriva dall'Oriente, Indonesia e Hong Kong, Indonesia all'acqua 2 che sta conducendo sin dalle prime battute, leggermente più bassa la frequenza ma più veloce in acqua, ai 1000 metri ormai 3 le lunghezze di vantaggio per l'acqua 2, l'Indonesia appunto, che continua a incrementare la distanza rispetto alla prua degli avversari. L'equipaggio di Hong Kong sta pagando in questo momento forse lo sforzo iniziale per cercare di mantenere il contatto con gli avversari.
Well, the halfway mark is a signal for Hong Kong, China to up the rate and try and claw back the deficit here as the third quarter unfolds, but it's not really translating into boat speed as the Indonesians increase their lead here, Neve.
They are indeed. Really great race here from Indonesia. As you said, lots of experience. 3 of these rowers seem to have been together for quite some time. They were racing under 23 back in 2017. They were at the Worlds together last year, so they have a new rower with them this year. But this is really great stuff. They had kind of gone up to 39 strokes a minute. They're back around 38 now, but their boat speed is brilliant. It hasn't let up at any stage of the race. They have now about 600 meters to go in this race, and it doesn't look like Hong Kong, China will have enough water to catch them at this stage. They just cannot match the boat speed of Indonesia here at the moment. Hong Kong, China rating that a little bit higher. They had gone up to around 40. They're back around 39 now, trying to steady it a little bit, but they're not able to match the boat speed that Indonesia are just maintaining brilliantly throughout this race. So they're just passing me now, 1500 meters, looking really good now out my window. Again, their actual boat speed now out of Indonesia has increased at this stage. So they've seen the 500 meter to go mark and they are now increasing it, still holding that rate around 38, but just giving that little bit extra with the legs to increase that boat speed here. Hong Kong, China then still in that second place. They're gone up back up to their 40 strokes per minute. We are seeing their speed starting to increase ever so slightly, but there is a gap of over 50 meters now at this stage of the race. So about 250 meters to go. This is really impressive out of Indonesia, who are leading Hong Kong, China.
Really impressive to see this Indonesian crew doing so well in this men's 4C final. Robert was explaining the history of Indonesian rowing. To see this boat doing so well, such a strong performance against Hong Kong, China. They're definitely going to take this one, barring a disaster, which we certainly do not want.
Una grande opportunità, ma soprattutto un'opportunità per continuare a far crescere il canottaggio. E questo lo scenario dell'Indonesia, che continua ad allungare il margine di vantaggio, danzando con accoppiata centrale sul 4 senza in questa finale C. La voglia è quella di sognare i Giochi di Parigi e con questa finale C sicuramente possono continuare a farlo.
Super finish from this Indonesian crew. They've really worked hard right the way up to the end. Clear margin between them and Hong Kong, China in second place. A time of 6:06.19 for Indonesia. Their timing yesterday, 6:29.9. That's a huge improvement. A really impressive race from them. We now have the C final of the women's single sculls. In lane 1 from Algeria, Nehed Benchadli. In lane 2 from Sweden, Anna Malvina Svenung. In lane 3, Brazil, Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso. Lane 4 from Denmark, it's Fie Udby Eriksson. Italy in lane 5, that's Elisa Mondelli. And in lane 6, Germany 2, another Lisa Gutfleisch. So they're at about 600 meters now. It looks like Fie Udby Eriksson just leading the way. So unlucky, Robert, to miss out on progressing through to the next stage of competition in the reps. She just was put to the post by the Polish sculler.
Yes, and people have been remarking upon the experience of this particular athlete, 38 years of age, but goodness me, we regularly see Olympic medalists at that sort of time of life, so that is certainly no bar to supreme performance. And Eriksson, who won the silver medal in the women's singles back at London 2012, it's great to see her still in elite competition, and so unlucky to miss out on a place in the progression after that rep yesterday. But it's Eriksson who was leading the way at the 500 meter signal, trying to hang on to that lead and forging ahead. She certainly got the better boat speed as they move up to the halfway mark. Now the best of the rest, well, Elisa Mondelli of Italy looking good. That'll please the home crowd here in Varese. Lisa Gutfleisch of Germany on the grandstand side is also pushing hard. So all the real action appears to be happening on the grandstand side of the course, but as we approach the halfway mark, in fact, the German sculler falling back a little, and the newcomer from Brazil, Cunha Tavares Cardoso, has come up to take third place. But no doubt about the leader here at the halfway mark, it's still Eriksson of Denmark.
Finale C del singolo femminile. Il primo equipaggio italiano per questa giornata in gara in questo momento Elisa Mondelli, 3 settimane fa bled terza nell'8, quindi tornata dall'ammiraglia al singolo, sta cercando di non far scappare Udby Eriksson, Danimarca, che conduce sin dalle prime battute, ma ha mantenuto il contatto Elisa per i primi 500 metri. In questo momento un'imbarcazione di svantaggio per lei, prova il Brasile anche a mantenere la velocità delle avversarie, ma è Danimarca a condurre.
Yeah, still Denmark leading Italy into the third quarter. Good to mention then Benchadli of Algeria and the lightweight sculler over on the far side. Lightweight sculling, not an Olympic boat class, so the Algerian looking for Olympic selection in the open weight division. Good luck to her as the season progresses. But meanwhile, up at the head of the race, Eriksson for Denmark leading the way.
Yeah, really impressive stuff out of Ericsson here. Fastest boat out on the water throughout the first half of this race. They're just approaching the 1300 metre mark here, and she has not let up, and she is one of the steadier rates out there, rating around 32. Everyone else is just a little bit higher than that, bar the Algerian lightweight sculler, who is over on the far side in lane 1. Really impressive stuff out of her, but no doubt about it, Ericsson now leading it out ahead of Mondanelli of Italy, is still in that second position here in the C final of the women's single sculls. So these competitors are battling it out for places 13 through to 18 here at World Cup 2. They're just approaching me here now, looking out my window, and it is Ericsson. Nice and steady here. She's looking really good, keeping that boat speed up. Again, great positions. She's looking back at the competitors, making sure she has a view of them all. Definitely Mondelli here of Italy as well, trying her best to get back into this race a little bit, to try and get that a little bit closer to Ericsson. There is about 25 metres or so between them at this stage in the race. Then great race happening between Brazil in lane 3, Germany 2 in lane 6. It is the Brazilian sculler who is that little bit faster than Germany, but let's see what happens with about 350 metres to go. It is looking like it is Ericsson who's going to stay in control of this race. Mondanelli, then I'm sure she can start to hear the home crowd cheering her on, and then a great race happening between Brazil and Germany too, Rob.
Thanks, Niamh. Yes, the experience seems to be showing, doesn't it, in Fie Udby Ericsson's performance here. I think she is opening up a bit more of a lead as we progress through this race. So it's Fie Udby Ericsson ahead of Mondelli of Italy in second, and the Brazilian in third.
Ed eccoci qua in chiusura con Elisa Mondelli che continua ad essere seconda alle spalle della Danimarca, ma in questo momento Elisa fa una grande zompata. Guardate l'assalto, gli azzurri che iniziano ancora una volta a spingere Elisa che cerca in tutti i modi di andare a rientrare sul talento della Danimarca. Lei che ha partecipato a 40 campionati italiani, ne ha vinti 16 nella sua carriera, è un fiore che continua a sbocciare. Là davanti c'è la Danimarca, ma Elisa Mondelli è saldamente seconda.
Now, Fie Udby Ericsson looking so strong as she literally powers down towards the finish line, really in a class of her own here. There goes the hooter for her, about 3.5, 4 lengths back. It's going to be Mondelli of Italy who takes second place, and over there in lane 3, Brazil's Cunha Tavares Cardoso takes third. A great C final in the women's single sculls. Well, the men's single sculls C final is well on its way down the water. So, Robert, I'd let you take up the story here.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, it's the former world champion from Norway, Kjetil Borch, leading the way at the halfway mark over there in lane 2. This athlete who's been battling health issues right the way through this season, and no doubt he'll be disappointed with his performance so far as he comes back to full fitness, but he's just got the edge over the American Andrew LaRue in second place, Eskil Borg of Sweden in third, level with James Plihal, the American. Then in fifth position, about a length back, we've got Thomas Sisma of the Czech Republic, and bringing up the rear, it's the Portuguese athlete André Pinto.
Nomi importanti in questa finale del singolo maschile. All'acqua 2 Kjetil Borch, Norvegia, vice campione olimpico, evidentemente non al massimo della sua forma, passa in testa ai 1000 metri, ma non può rilassarsi perché la concorrenza è serrata. Acqua 5 USA 1 con Jane Phillip cerca di rientrare, veramente poca differenza tra Stati Uniti e Norvegia.
Well, it was one of the surprises of this regatta to see Borch not make the AB semi-finals, but making some redemption here, surely, Niamh.
I think so, yeah, but it's an incredibly close race here between him and Plihal of USA. USA have been doing so well throughout yesterday, and we're seeing good amazing results out of their crews so far. So it's actually James Plihal now who is now gone into the lead ahead of Borch of Norway here now as they come up towards 1400 metres. Still hanging in there within a very much touching distance is Andrew LaRue of USA 2. He's over on the far side in lane 1 there, representing his Princeton University and California Rowing Club. So they're your top 3 at the moment, but also in there is Eskil Borg of Sweden, double coastal champion in the men's double both in 2021 and 2022. So it's great to see these rowers trying out all the different disciplines. So very established in the coastal rowing world as well. So at the moment they're just passing my window. It's incredible to see 4 boats within very much touching distance of each other. As it stands, it is James Plihal leading it out ahead of fellow USA rower Andrew LaRue, just 1 metre between the two of them now at the moment. Then after coming into it, we have both Norway and Sweden, so 4 boats here battling it out. They're all up around 36, 37, 38 strokes a minute. At the moment, the 2 fastest boats out there are the 2 USA boats. It's Andrew LaRue who is putting in such a big push here. He's really increased his speed here with about 300 metres to go. It does look like Andrew might be just ever so slightly in the lead ahead of fellow USA rower James Plihal. And then back in third we have Sweden, Norway after going back to 4th, Rob.
It's really well contested, this race, isn't it, Neve? It's difficult to tell quite who's out in front here without being side by side, but definitely LaRue and Plihal really battling it out for first place.
Attenzione perché in questo momento gli Stati Uniti si lanciano a vicenda, una lotta fratricida. Sono 2 singolisti approdati in finale C, da un lato USA 1, dall'altro USA 2, nel mezzo cerca di infilarsi Kjetil Borch, medaglia d'argento alle Olimpiadi di Tokyo nel singolo, ancora una grande battaglia, questi 4 deterrenti dei record in chiusura, ma gli Stati Uniti oramai volano in solitaria verso il traguardo.
It's going to be LaRue, I think. Actually, things are happening here. James Plihal putting on a huge spurt at the end there as they came up to the line. So, well, dead heat by eyesight, but let's just check. And it looked like Kjetil Borch of Norway came home in 3rd. But I think it's been given to James Plihal of the USA, making a terrific push to the line. Looked like he was in 2nd place there, but he's been given the win by just 0.3 of a second ahead of Andrew LaRue of USA, with Kjetil Borch, Borg, in fact, in 3rd place for Sweden. So we now have the women's lightweight double sculls C final on the water. They're bearing down on you again, Robert. Any outstanding leaders here?
Well, through the first 500 metres, it was the young Palacios twins from Peru, last year's under-23 silver medalists, who took the early lead. They took 2nd place on this self-same lake here in Varese, so they're used to this water. But through the 3rd quarter, it looks to be the Japanese and combination that has come up hard now. And as we move through the halfway mark, it is Japan by about 1/3 of a length ahead of Peru. Then in 3rd position over on the far side, Indonesia up on Hong Kong, China, with Chinese Taipei taking 5th.
Finale C incandescente per il doppio peso leggero femminile. Vediamo proprio al passaggio ai 1000 metri l'equipaggio giapponese riesce a superare di pochissimo con una dura battaglia le gemelle Palacios Perù, con le quali tra l'altro noto di condividere la data di compleanno. Hanno condotto per 800 metri, poi sono state attaccate appunto dall'equipaggio giapponese all'acqua 2, che pian piano cerca di scappare via con un paio di colpi in meno. Tentano di resistere le atlete del Perù, ma è sempre il Giappone a condurre.
Yeah, the position's unchanged, or are they, as they move down the third quarter? In fact, yes, it is Japan who still hang on to that lead as the Palacios twins try and play catch-up. All 5 of these doubles in this Olympic boat class with an idea of boat speed progressing through to this year's qualification at the Belgrade World Championships. How's it looking with you, Neve?
Yeah, looking really good here. I can see a change happening here. Japan still holding on to the lead, but the crews there from Indonesia and Hong Kong, China have been putting in a bit of a push there over the last couple of 100 meters or so. They're trying to match, if not increase, the boat speed from that Japan have at the moment. We're seeing Indonesia over on the far side in lane 1, rating up around 37 strokes per minute, translating into good boat speed here. Japan still holding nice and steady here. They're keeping their rate around that 35 strokes per minute. They're just approaching 1,500 meters now at the moment. It is Japan who are just about half a length ahead of the twins from Peru, looking really good. I was lucky enough to be here last year at the Under-23 Championships to see them winning silver. And then, so they're still hanging on to second, falling back ever so slightly maybe, as Japan have put on a big push here trying to increase their speed. The team from Hong Kong, China, in fact, they have upped their rate ever so slightly and having really good boat speed here now. So at the moment they're in that 4th position, but I know they are definitely trying to get up a position or 2 here. They're really working hard into the last 400 meters. Then back in 5th we have Chinese Taipei in lane 5, closest to us here. So contesting the C final for positions 13 to 17 as it stands at the moment. It is Japan in that first place ahead of Peru, who do seem to be falling back ever so slightly. And apologies, it is actually Indonesia in that second place now ahead of Peru and Hong Kong, China, Rob.
I think you called that absolutely perfectly, as it happened, Neve. Thank you very much. Yeah, on Indonesia being impressive here this weekend. And I wonder if they can make up any water on the leaders, Japan.
Ancora una corsa incredibile, il Giappone cerca in tutti i modi di fuggire via, passando dal secondo posto al primo intertempo al comando per tutto il resto della sfida, ma all'esterno è pericolosissimo il Perù che prova a ridurre il gap. Attenzione anche all'assalto deciso di Hong Kong China, che lì all'esterno prova a ridurre ancora una volta il divario in corsia numero 4. Questa è la proiezione con il Giappone in solitaria al comando.
There could be more changes here as well, but the winners, without a shadow of a doubt, as they cross the line there, is Japan in lane 2. Second place is just been taken by that Indonesian crew. Well done to them, and a good push towards the end as well from Hong Kong, China in lane 4 to take 3rd place. Peru pushed down into 4th. The C final of the lightweight men's double sculls, contested by just 2 crews. Hong Kong, China in lane 1, with Hungary in lane 2. They're just through 800 meters or so. Let's get the latest from Robert Trahan-Jones.
Yes, both of these new combinations here in this C final of the lightweight men's doubles. Hong Kong, China and Hungary. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Probably looking for Olympic selection in this particular boat class. Hong Kong, China, of course, will have the advantage to that extent of doing so via the Asian qualification regatta, whereas Hungary, I suspect, will be looking for a place at the World Championships in Belgrade later on this year. And it is indeed the Hungarians, Galkso Vencel and Tamás Benche, who have the slight advantage of just about 2/3 of a length over Chan and Chan of Hong Kong, China.
2 soli equipaggi in questa finale C del doppio leggero maschile, ma grande battaglia. Ungheria all'acqua 2 che cerca di condurre questa finale C, non ci sta l'equipaggio di Hong Kong China all'acqua 1 che insiste nel cercare di ricucire il piccolo distacco in questo momento, veramente mezza imbarcazione rispetto agli avversari. Velocità molto simile fra i 2 contendenti, battaglia intensa.
Well, Neve, Hong Kong, China have upped the rate a pip. I've got them at 38 against Hungary at 37 strokes a minute. It's briefly translating into boat speed. Is that gap narrowing?
It is, absolutely. And I think there's enough water here for them to do something special here. They have it down to just about 4 meters. In fact, 3 meters or so. Their boat speed is much quicker now than Hungary. So let's see what happens over the last 600 meters. Absolutely very little between them. They're both quite similar in their styles. So 37 strokes per minute here from the Hungarians. We have 38 then from Hong Kong, China. They're just after passing 1,400 meters. 1,500 meter mark is in their sights. They are working really, really hard. I can see Hong Kong, China just being that they just look a little bit more aggressive, big lie back at the finish, whereas the Hungarians are looking a little bit more calm, we'll say, and collected, but they are definitely putting on a push now for the last 500 meters here. Interesting to see the two rowers in Hong Kong, China, both racing the lightweight doubles last year, and in fact in the bow there for Hong Kong, China, Chan Tik Lun was lightweight double there in a different boat at World Cup 1, finishing 9th there. So at the moment it does look like Hong Kong, China have moved into that lead now. Again, their boat speed is just a little bit too much here for Hungary as they head towards 250 meters to go, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Neve. Yeah, Hungary were the faster crew in yesterday's race out of these two by some distance. So let's see if that's going to be reflected or not in the ultimate result. But yeah, it's closely contested.
Ancora un'occasione per vedere una battaglia con solo 2 equipaggi, ma una di quelle gare che ti incolla fino alla fine, perché seppur con solo 2 formazioni entrambe si tirano a vicenda per riuscire a prendere la piazza d'onore in questa finale C. Hong Kong China da un lato, dall'altro l'Ungheria che prova a ridurre il gap, ma è Hong Kong China che vuole ancora continuare ad allungare il suo margine di vantaggio dopo aver dominato per tutto il percorso. E allora in questi ultimi 100 metri Hong Kong China saluta e se ne va alla vittoria di questa finale C.
Yeah, it's a big turnaround from those results from yesterday. Hong Kong China are going to take this by some distance. Here they come down to the line. They take it. There's the hooter. It's probably a couple of lengths ahead of Hungary in second place in the C final of the lightweight men's double sculls. So that concludes our C finals in this World Rowing Cup 2. We'll just have a slight gap now before we move on to the repechage, starting with the PR1 women's single sculls, which will get underway at 10:35 local time. That's in about 8 minutes.
Piccolo attimo di pausa per noi in torre d'arrivo. Abbiamo circa 9 minuti prima della ripresa del nostro programma. Completate le finali C, le finali che hanno permesso di assegnare le posizioni per il ranking mondiale, noi ora guardiamo ai recuperi. I recuperi saranno il prossimo blocco di regate di questa seconda tappa di Coppa del Mondo. Alla Schiranna tutti atleti che hanno gareggiato ieri, ripartiremo dal settore para-rowing per poi entrare con le semifinali che di fatto rappresentano un po' lo spartiacque per la rincorsa alle medaglie. Comunque per quanto riguarda i recuperi inizieremo alle 10:35, mancano 8 minuti da ora, continuate a restare con noi, i recuperi partono tra 7 minuti, questo è il momento per rifiatare prima della ripresa delle nostre competizioni.
So we're underway now with the first of our repechage and the PR1 women's single sculls. That is underway. This is going to be for a place in the A final. The first two across the line will achieve that and join Israel and France from yesterday's heats who qualified directly. And once we've worked our way through these last lot of repechages, we'll then have a whole series of semi-finals, taking us up to about 1:30 this afternoon. We'll have the B finals in the lightweights, men's and women's single sculls, and then the A finals to follow today in the PR2 women's singles, the PR2 men's singles, and the PR3 men's pair, as well as in the lightweight men's and women's singles, the lightweight men's pair, and the lightweight men's quad sculls. So there's a lot ahead of us today. But let's just go through the lane order for this repechage and the PR1 women's single sculls. We've got Asaya Mohamed Sururu of Kenya in lane 1, Claire Giringeli of Switzerland in lane 2, Eva Moll of the Netherlands in lane 3, Ebba Einarsson of Sweden in lane 4, and Jeanette Karina Lauritsen of Denmark, lane 5.
Riprendiamo le nostre regate con il programma para-rowing, il primo recupero dedicato appunto al singolo PR1 femminile, Kenya, Svizzera, Olanda, Svezia, Danimarca, le 5 nazioni a caccia delle 2 piazze, la prima e la seconda, che garantiranno il repechage, quindi l'accesso in finale A. Gli equipaggi rimanenti invece finiranno in finale B.
Well, Claire Giringeli of Switzerland was fastest in the heat. She's currently in lane 2, seems to be just leading the way ahead of the Dutch sculler Eva Moll. And I know Robert is chomping at the bit to keep us up to date with what's going on out on the water, Robert.
I am indeed, because this PR1 women's single sculls, the entry increases each event that we attend here on the World Rowing Circuit. And this is something that I was talking about yesterday. We've seen a lot of new events added to the program in the para-rowing disciplines. Those new events have fewer entries, but growth is what it's all about, and these PR1 disciplines, they really are fiercely contested. And as this repechage of the women's singles now makes us down to the halfway mark to determine the leading 2 that will progress through to the A final, it really is experience that is beginning to tell, because Claire Giringeli, the Swiss athlete who took part in the European A final 3 weeks ago on Lake Bled, had that early lead and doesn't look like letting go of it anytime soon. For her part, Eva Moll, the Dutch athlete in the lane immediately to her right, well, she won the small final behind the Swiss athlete 3 weeks ago, and is looking good for that second place. Good to see Ebba Einarsson of Sweden back in action. We haven't seen too much of Einarsson since she took part in the World Championships at Linz. Goodness me, that was 4 years ago in the run-up to the Tokyo Paralympics. And then they're joined by the 2 newcomers on the outside lanes, Asaya Sururu of Kenya and Jeanette Lauritsen of Denmark. Well, we're approaching the halfway mark, and the leading positions pretty much unchanged. It's still Giringeli and Moll making all the running.
Unico recupero per il singolo PR1 femminile, 5 atleti in gara, 2 sono i posti validi per accedere alla finale. In questo momento è Claire Giringeli della Svizzera, finalista già ai campionati europei di Bled 3 settimane fa, a condurre con un buon margine sulla collega olandese all'acqua 3, che in questo momento sta difendendo con attenzione il secondo posto, appunto valido per l'accesso alla finale.
Yes, Giringeli with an established lead of some 3.5 lengths maybe over the Dutch athlete. Marked difference in style between these 2 scullers, because the Swiss athlete has very much the higher rate, but Moll, who's a couple of pips per minute slower, the power through the water that she's able to apply means that she's maintaining that boat speed. And the class from these 2 leading scullers, that means that they have drawn further and further ahead of third-placed Einarsson of Sweden. So that's the 1, 2, 3. The pressure on the Swedish athlete to try and cross that gap, but surely, Neve, that's asking a great deal now with 900 meters remaining.
I think it is. Now the Swiss sculler, her speed was that little bit lower than Netherlands there, but she has increased it. The race rate is definitely higher than Eva Maal there of Netherlands. So we're seeing her speed kind of vary a little bit. She had increased, it's now gone down again as well. So it is a big ask for her to get into those top 2 positions. The first 2 will be going into the A final, remaining crews into a final B. So they're just passing, they're between the 1200 meter mark and the 1000 meter mark. So kind of final 1000 to 800 meters to go for these rowers. So impressive here out of Girengeli of Switzerland here. Her boat speed has been phenomenal throughout this whole race. Really consistent throughout the whole thing, maintaining a stroke rate of around 32 strokes per minute. She probably realizes at this point that she is quite safe, so she is holding steady. I'm not sure if there's a need for her to make any great bursts now as she comes towards 1400 meters done in this race. Great race here as well. Eva Maal of the Netherlands still holding nice and steady in that second position. A great position again to be in. If she stays there, she'll book her spot also in Final A. Now, they're just coming into my view. They're just passing about 1,400 meters here. And again, the speed, the consistency out of Girengeli of Switzerland is just phenomenal to watch. She has a phenomenal view here out across the course, watching all the other rowers here. So as long as she can kind of keep up this consistency, stay nice and controlled, she should be able to reserve that little bit of energy that will carry her through into the final, which will be taking place tomorrow before lunch. So nice, steady here from Eva Maal as well, who's just coming up towards me at 1,500 meters. There is about 50 meters between first and second place here at the moment. Boat speed, it is the Swiss sculler who is just ever so slightly ahead. But it's interesting to see the rate difference from Eva Maal here from the Netherlands. I think you mentioned it there, Robert, as well, just the sheer power out of her stroke. Her rate is down around 27, 28 strokes per minute. And it's just the power is just translating into the boat, and she's just able to push it along really, really well. Then in that third position, just passing me here now at 1,500, it is Einarsson of Sweden. Again, looking nice and steady, but I don't think she has the same sort of boat speed as Switzerland and Netherlands there to get a spot in the A final. But she is quite a bit ahead now of the 4th and 5th positions in this race at the moment. It is the sculler from Kenya over on the outside in lane 1. She's in that 4th position, and then Denmark closest to us in lane 5 here. But as it stands, staying so controlled, so steady, it is Girengeli of Switzerland out ahead of Eva Maal of Netherlands, and then we have Einarsson of Sweden in 3rd place, Rob.
Thank you, Neve. Yeah, that rate from Girengeli of Switzerland, she's keeping up well around 32, 33 strokes a minute. She's not going to surrender this lead. Absolutely no doubt about it. And she just wants to power down to the line, I think, in the quickest time she can set here, bearing in mind she needs to be fresh, of course, for tomorrow's A final.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio per l'atleta svizzera, un vantaggio che rappresenta il nuovo, il futuro. Parlavo con Christian Stoffer alla vigilia di queste regate, il grande direttore della nazionale, e mi raccontava che appunto hanno sdoganato anche il mondo del para-rowing con l'inserimento e la selezione di atleti all'interno della rosa per il sogno paralimpico. Ed eccolo qua appunto con Claire Girengeli, che riesce non solo a debuttare a livello personale ma anche come nazione, ma soprattutto riesce a realizzare un sogno, ossia quello di portare la Svizzera in finale nel singolo PR1 femminile. Quindi davvero grandi applausi alla Svizzera.
Eva Maal is just upping her rate too, but in a moment you'll hear the hooter There it is. That's for Claire Giringeli of Switzerland, who has absolutely stormed to take that repechage and her place in the A final in a time of 10:30.02. That's a really decent time. The fastest boat yesterday was Norway, 10:09.92. So Giringeli is really going to be fighting a very strong A final tomorrow, along with Eva Mol, who comes home to take that second A final spot. So Mol of the Netherlands and Giringeli of Switzerland will join Israel, France, Norway and Ukraine in the A final of the PR1 women's single sculls. The remaining crews will contest the B final. We now have two repechage for A final spots in the PR1 men's single sculls.
È arrivato ora il momento di spostarci nel settore maschile, rimanendo sempre nella specialità del singolo PR1, quindi 2 recuperi di specialità, i primi 2 in finale A.
In lane 1 is Andrew Mangan from the USA. Lane 2 is Shamel Daniel of Israel. Lane 3 representing Brazil, René Campos Pereira. In lane 4, Ukraine 2, that's Pavlo Liahov. And in lane 5, Poland 2, Jan Folga.
In acqua 1 gli Stati Uniti d'America, in acqua 2 Israele, in acqua 3 il Brasile, in acqua 4 l'Ucraina, in acqua 5 la Polonia.
So nearly at the 500 meter mark, and we'll get an idea then of just how they're going. It's Shmuel Daniel of Israel who just leads ahead of Campos Pereira of Brazil in second. It's the first two across the line who are through to the A final. Ukraine won and Italy won, having already qualified from the heats. Let's go up the course then and rejoin Robert Trahan-Jones.
Well, it's looking to be another of those races where age and experience favour those particular athletes, because Shmuel Daniel, a veteran of the Tokyo Paralympics, 38 years of age, just overhauled the Brazilian athlete Campos Pereira, who took part in the Rio Games on his home territory 7 long years ago, to the delight of the home crowd on the Lago Rodrigo Freitas, and it's Brazil and Israel currently holding on to the 2 qualifying slots and pulling further clear of Andrew Mangan, the third-placed athlete from America, with Ukraine and Poland bringing up the rear.
Primo dei 2 recuperi per il singolo PR1 maschile, continuano a rimanere perfette le condizioni del campo di gara, quindi agevolando anche questi atleti a ottimizzare il proprio gesto atletico. In questo primo recupero troviamo tra i contendenti alle prime 2 posizioni, quelle che varranno l'accesso alla finale A, addirittura 2 finalisti delle Paralimpiadi di Tokyo 2020-21, l'israeliano Samuel Daniel, che sta conducendo in questo momento il recupero, e il René Campos Pereira brasiliano, terzo ai giochi paralimpici di Tokyo appunto. Daniel Samuel, tra l'altro, quarto ai campionati europei di Bled, la manifestazione conclusasi 3 settimane fa, che ha visto il nostro fantastico Giacomo Perini vincere una splendida medaglia d'oro continentale. Ed è sempre Daniel Samuel al passaggio a metà percorso a mantenere l'andatura, a mantenere la conduzione di questo recupero, con una quindicina di metri di vantaggio sull'avversario brasiliano, un po' più attardati gli altri.
Well, as Rossana has been giving you the news in the local language, in fact, the field at the halfway mark is more and more spread out. Shmuel Daniel of Israel has increased the margin over the early leader, René Campos Pereira of Brazil, and those 2 athletes have further increased their lead over third-placed Pavlo Liahov of Ukraine. Back in 4th position, Andrew Mangan, who took part in last year's World Championships in the Czech Republic. He's got a little distance to make up if he's going to challenge for the lead. And the newcomer from Poland, Jan Folga, on the grandstand side in lane 5, a little bit off the race pace at this stage, as the 5 scullers move down to 1,500 metres and Neve Hayes.
Yes, great race in pursuit. It's similar to the last race in that the top of the field has quite a distance opened up between the final few scullers. So as it stands, it is still Shmuel Daniel there in lane 2, leading it out. Again, he is just keeping that speed up. He has not let it go at all throughout this race. He's just gone to about 1,300 metres down the course. He's rating at 35 strokes a minute, but the boat speed is just has stayed up, and he has been the fastest moving boat there throughout the first part of this race. Still in that second place, though, not letting Israel move too far away from him. It is Rene Campos Pereira of Brazil there in lane 3, just a tiny bit slower here, but staying very much within touching distance and staying nice and safe in that top 2 position. So number 1 and 2 here will be going into the A final. The remaining crews 3, 4 and 5 will be going to final B. So they're just coming into my sight now out the window just after passing 1,400 meters. Quite similar styles here, so they're both rating 34, 35 or so, but it is definitely Shmuel Daniel who is translating it just that little bit better into the boat speed, looking nice and comfortable, and both scullers here looking back the course to everyone else. So at the moment it is the sculler from Ukraine, Pavlo Liahov, who is in that 3rd position. Then we have Andrew Mangan from USA in 4th, and Jan Folga then of Poland in 5th position. So first 2 scullers just gone past me here. Again, not much changing, bar Daniel of Israel has opened up a little bit more of a lead ahead of Campos Pereira of Brazil. So Shmuel Daniel used to be a wheelchair tennis player, started rowing in 2016, so it'll be great for him now to book his spot in the A final. And again, nothing has changed. He's keeping the same rate, keeping that speed nice and high, and Rene Campos Pereira doing all he can to try and break down that lead. There is about 35, 36 metres now between both of those crews, and just after passing me here are the other crews boats in this race. So in 3rd position, it hasn't changed. It is Liahov of Ukraine too. Then we have Andrew Mangan of USA in that 4th position, and Folga then of Poland in 5th, Rob.
Thank you. Thrilled to hear that he is a wheelchair tennis player, one of the great sports to watch. I've been lucky to watch a lot of it, and actually I like to talk about it because Great Britain are really rather good at it. Anyway, let's turn back to this, and it really is, I think, pretty much set in stone now. It looks like it's going to be Israel, Brazil, who are going to get these A final spots here.
Un bellissimo margine di vantaggio per Israele con Samuel Daniel che continua ad allungare il suo margine proprio sull'atleta del Brasile, che comunque è lì in seconda piazza e quindi probabilmente passerà il turno. Ed è bello sentire anche che degli atleti possano arrivare da altri sport. Samuel Daniel con la transizione dal tennis al canottaggio per rincorrere la qualificazione per i giochi paralimpici di Parigi del prossimo anno. Un vantaggio assoluto per Israele, a seguire il Brasile per prima e seconda piazza e quindi con ottime probabilità la finale A.
So it's a really convincing finish for Shmuel Daniel of Israel, coming through to take the hooter there in 1st place, being followed by the camera drone, which will be giving us some pictures a little bit later on today. And then in 2nd place, it's Rene Campos Pereira of Brazil. So these 2 athletes are through to tomorrow's A final, where they'll join Ukraine 1 and Italy 1, who both qualified directly from the heats yesterday. And then the final 2 places will be decided in the next repechage, which follows shortly. So the second repechage then of the PR1 men's single sculls is underway with those last two A final spots up for grabs, with Poland 1 in lane 1, France in lane 2, Uzbekistan lane 3, Mexico in lane 4, Italy 2 in lane 5.
Abbiamo ora il secondo recupero del singolo PR1 maschile, un recupero che sta particolarmente a cuore alla comunità locale. In acqua 1 Polonia, in acqua 2 la Francia, in acqua 3 l'Uzbekistan, in acqua 4 il Messico, in acqua 5 il portabandiera della Contea dei Laghi, atleta tesserato per la canottieri Gavirate, Massimo Spolon.
All 5 athletes have started really strongly here. Some of the faster ratings, around 41 for Italy too, but the early leader looks to be Engabadiev Kolumrod of Uzbekistan, who actually was the fastest of all these athletes in yesterday's heats. Poland 1, that's Arkadiusz Strapinski. In lane 2 for France is Pascal Danier, the Uzbekistan rower I've told you about. Michel Munoz Malagon is in lane 4 for Mexico. And Massimo Spolon, Italy 2, is in lane 5. So coming up to around 400 meters, it's still the Uzbek sculler who is in first place. And really, it's anybody's race behind him. Perhaps the French sculler is the closest to him at the moment. Remember, it's just the first two across the line who'll make it through to tomorrow's A final, where they'll join Shmuel Daniel and René Campos Pereira, and Ukraine 1 and Italy 1, who came through in the heats yesterday. But let's go up to the course and hear from Robert.
Yes, you rightly say, Kolmarod of Uzbekistan, Rob, leading this second repechage of the PR1 men's single sculls. Now, the Uzbek athlete burst onto the scene at last year's World Championships in the Czech Republic, and I was mightily impressed with his performance there as the new man on the block, and he really made his mark. He earned a place in the A final. Okay, he slipped down to 6th against athletes who were far more experienced in both age and experience. But yep, I thought this is a man who really is going places in the PR1 men's event. And here he is, leading the second repechage of his event as we move through the first 500 meters. Good to see Pascal Danier, the French athlete, back in action. We haven't seen much of the 53-year-old since he took part at the Sarasota World Championships back in 2017, but I suspect that the prospect of taking part in the Paris Paralympics next year may have been one of the triggers for his return to the field of play here in this keenly fought discipline. So Uzbekistan and France, I think, still continuing to have the edge through the second quarter, but Munoz Malagon, the Mexican Paralympian, has moved through to take part in this intense battle for first and second place, but it's still Kolmarod who has the edge as we move up to 1,000 meters.
In questo secondo recupero per il singolo PR1 maschile è l'atleta più giovane, l'uzbeko Engabadiev Kolmarod, a fare l'andatura. Ha compiuto 20 anni 2 giorni fa, è partito subito cercando di prendere la testa di questo secondo recupero. Ripeto, anche in questa occasione i primi 2 posti sono quelli che garantiranno l'accesso alla finale A. A intallonarlo, ad inseguirlo a brevissima distanza, cercando di ricucire il margine, in questo momento Pascal Danier, Francia all'acqua 2, ha provato a mantenere il contatto, cerca di non far scappare gli avversari, anche se in questo momento sta pagando un pochino Michael Munoz, il messicano nono a Tokyo alle Paralimpiadi del 2021, ma è sempre l'uzbeko finalista ai mondiali 2022 in acqua 3 a far l'andatura. Ma sulla boa dei 1000 metri c'è l'attacco della Francia all'acqua 2, che prova in questo momento a cambiare il battistrada, il nome del battistrada, e quindi prova la Francia a mettere la prua davanti all'Uzbekistan.
Well, this is an amazing race, everyone, because we're at the halfway mark and France and Uzbekistan are absolutely level. The experience of Danier bringing into force here, approaching the halfway mark. He came up so strongly on Kolmarod. I just wonder if the young Uzbekistan athlete front-loaded this race and put too much energy expended into that first half. But the good news is that both Danier and Kolmarod are still well clear of third place Munoz Malagon. So the third place Mexican really having to work it through inside the third quarter here, eh, Niamh?
Such a great battle. We could see just the surge out of Danier of France there. He really tried to go for it there at the 1K, trying to pass out Uzbekistan, but Kolmarod there of Uzbekistan really responded, and it's incredible to see he's actually dropping his rate. So he's down at 25 strokes per minute, but his boat speed is just phenomenal. He's been keeping it really steady and actually upped it there when he saw the challenge coming from Pascal Danier of France. So they're still your 1 and 2 at the moment. Then in that third position and just falling back ever so slightly, it is Munoz Malagon of Mexico. Then we have in fourth position closest to us, we have Spallon of Italy 2, and then on the far side we have Poland 1 in that fifth position. But this is incredible stuff, and I can actually see Pascal Danier now as they just come up towards us. He's putting on another push here now. So he does know he's quite safe in that second position, but he's not letting Uzbekistan get away with anything. So we can see him making little bursts here and there. But every time he does, Kolmarod of Uzbekistan is responding, and it is so incredible just looking out and seeing him rating at 26 strokes per minute, and just the power that is coming out of his oars is just so incredible to watch just after going through 1500 meters there. But we are seeing that surge again here now from Pascal Danier. He is upping the rate. He's up around 29:30 in comparison to Uzbekistan's 24:25, but his boat speed now, he's getting much quicker, and he has it down to 2 meters now. He is coming for Uzbekistan, so let's see if he can pass him out now at this stage. There's 400 meters to go. Robert did mention maybe did Uzbekistan do too much at the start of the race? Did he front load it? It's certainly looking like it now, looking at the speeds of the two boats. So we're seeing Uzbekistan now having to work a little bit harder. He's up the rate to 28:29, and look at his speed just creep up. It's phenomenal stuff here between two athletes. One is going, then the other one is going, and we're just seeing their bows moving in front of each other. So as it stands now, it is Uzbekistan who's gone back into the lead ahead of Pascal Danier, but I know he definitely has another surge in him as they come up towards 200 meters to go.
It's a really great race between these two, isn't it? Kolmarod and Danier. Kolmarod of Uzbekistan, Danier of France. So they do look the most likely contenders to make it through to that A final. But in which order will they finish?
In quale ordine finiranno? Così Rob Curling lancia quello che è il gran finale, gli ultimi 200 metri. L'ordine ovviamente lo scopriremo sul traguardo. Uzbekistan, Francia, Messico sono queste le nazioni che stanno lottando fin dalle prime palate per riuscire a centrare l'obiettivo. Ha tardato invece l'azzurro di casa, Massimo Spallon, l'unico atleta para-rower convocato dall'intera provincia di Varese, ed ecco quindi che al centro della scena l'Uzbekistan continua a fare l'andatura, passando dal secondo posto ai 1000 metri alla testa della corsa in quest'ultima frazione di gara. Attenzione però all'assalto deciso anche da parte della Francia. Queste le due nazioni che con buone probabilità ci daranno l'appuntamento in finale domani.
Oh, this really is a terrific contest between these two scullers leading the way home here. And Kolmarod of Uzbekistan, having lost the lead to Danier, has now come back. He's going to take the line. A terrific finish from him. There was no fear then that he'd maybe gone out too early. And he's taken that by a good couple of lengths ahead of Pascal Danier of France. But they are the two athletes who will go through to that A final of the PR1 men's single sculls tomorrow, where they'll join Shmuel Daniel and Rene Campos Pereira of Israel and Brazil, along with Ukraine 1 and Italy 1. Next we have two repechage in the PR2 mixed double sculls. And in lane 1 from Uzbekistan is Mukayo Abusattarova. In lane 2 from Mexico, Miguel Nieto Carpio. Lane 3 representing the Netherlands, Cornelis de Koning. In lane 4 for Germany is Sylvia Pierre-Stepat and Paul Umbach. And in lane 5 for Ireland, Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien.
Cambiamo ora specialità, ci spostiamo al primo dei due recuperi riservati al doppio mix PR2. Anche qui corsie piene, Uzbekistan in acqua 1, Messico in acqua 2, Olanda in acqua 3, Germania in acqua 4, Irlanda in acqua 5. Non cambiano i criteri selettivi, le prime due imbarcazioni andranno in finale A, gli altri in finale B.
For some inexplicable reason, I only gave the bow seat names for the first three crews. I'm sure Robert will fill in the missing gaps when we hand over to him. But let's just give you the shape of the race in these early stages as they come up to 400 meters right now. And it is De Koning and Heinen of the Netherlands who are just out in front. They've had a really good start here, rating at around 33. And then they've just got the lead ahead of Ireland. That's Stephen McGowan and Katie O'Brien, who are in lane 5. Once again, it's the first two across the line who will make it through to the A final, where they'll join Great Britain and Ukraine, who qualified from yesterday's heats. And of course, they will then await the first and second place in the second repechage that will follow this one. But around 500 meters gone now, Netherlands still out in front, ahead of Ireland in second place, closely followed by the remaining crews. It's a fairly tight race, this. Let's get the picture from Robert out on the water.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, there really is some elite athletes taking part in this first rep of the PR2 mixed double sculls. One of the three para-rowing boat classes that has been in the Olympic, the Paralympic program right from the outset at Beijing in 2008. And the race leader, Corne de Koning, in the bow seat of the Dutch boat, he really does have a whole string of world and Paralympic medals to his credit. He's had several different partners, but he and Chantal Heinen came together for the first time at last year's World Championships in Repechages. Were unlucky enough to miss out on a medal on that occasion, but just 3 weeks ago they picked up the silver medal at the European Championships to set them up to head into the World Cup season. And here they are heading this first repechage of the PR2 mixed double sculls. Good performance from Steve McGowan and Katie O'Brien on the grandstand side in lane 5, representing Ireland. They slipped down to 5th at the Europeans 3 weeks ago, but that was 3 places ahead of the veteran Sylvie Pelle-Steppert in the bow seat of the German boat and her new partner Paul Umbach. They came together for the first time at the Bled Regatta 3 weeks ago, and the experience of Pelle-Steppert really bringing something extra to this boat. But Germany still lying third, and third isn't good enough. A very strong performance though. Nito Carpio and Guterres for Mexico over on the far side in lane 2. They've had a storming second quarter, and just look at the way they are pumping those blades in. They've still got the highest rate on the water. I've still got them up at 39, but it's not making any headway on the lead. At the halfway mark, it's the Netherlands leading Ireland.
In questo primo recupero del doppio misto PR2 sono i primi 3 equipaggi, hanno la curiosità di avere l'atleta donna a capavoga, e quindi in questo momento anche il leader, l'equipaggio olandese, secondo ai campionati europei di Bled, sta conducendo, cercando di non far rientrare l'acqua 5, l'Irlanda di McGowan O'Brien, che tenta di ridurre il gap. Anche in questo caso le prime 2 posizioni saranno quelle valide per l'accesso alla finale A, gli altri equipaggi passeranno alla finale B. Prova comunque il Messico a mantenere un po' il contatto, ma a far l'andatura è Olanda al primo posto e seguire subito dopo Irlanda.
Well, the leading positions unchanged. The Netherlands lead Ireland. Germany having their own private battle with Mexico. Now, Neve, could that little tussle for third place bring them on and close that gap with the leaders, do you think?
It will definitely close the gap, I think, but I do think the first two crews have done enough to stay out ahead at this stage of the race anyway. There's about 700 metres to go here. We saw Ireland put on a big burst there at the 1K. They did close the gap quite some amount, but Netherlands did respond here now. So they're just approaching 1,400 metres to go here, and it is the crew from Netherlands who finished second at the Europeans just a few weeks ago. So they're still leading it out. Nice steady stroke rate of 32. So they're opening up the gap now a little bit ahead of Ireland's Katie O'Brien and Stephen McGowan, both representing Galway Rowing Club, coached there by David Breen. So yes, Netherlands just opening up a little bit of gap over Ireland here, but let's see if Ireland will respond now again at the 1,500 metre mark. Then in that battle for that third and fourth position, it is still Mexico now who seem to be opening up a little bit of a gap ahead of Germany here. And then back in that fifth position, it is Uzbekistan. So first two crews have just passed me at 1,500 metres. Great position to be in because it is the first two boats that are going through to final A. And then the third and fourth spots here have just gone past me too. So Mexico and Germany. It is still Mexico leading it out, but Germany have put on a big push here now and starting to close that gap now again that Mexico had over them. As it stands, it is the Netherlands that are the fastest moving boat out there, rating 33 strokes a minute. So definitely opening up that gap ahead of Ireland, who still have that steady stroke rate of 33. So let's see if they put on a push in the last 250 metres, Rob.
Thank you very much, Neve. And another really high-quality race here. The Netherlands have been leading all the way from the outset, with Ireland close behind, keeping them honest, as it were. But they are the two outright leaders, with Mexico in third, some way back.
Bellissimo vedere l'aggancio dell'Irlanda sull'Olanda, l'Olanda che schiera una nuova formazione, un'Olanda rinnovata con Cornelius de Koning confermato, classe 1989, l'innesto è quello di Chantal Henin, che è andata ad arricchire questa formazione portando giovinezza, 10 anni di differenza tra questi due competitors, ma attenzione anche all'Irlanda che sta cercando di agganciare la coppia olandese per procedere in tandem verso il traguardo. Sono queste le due nazioni che andranno così a raggiungere la finale A, da un lato l'Olanda, poi l'Irlanda per le prime due piazze.
Still a great contest further back in the field as well, but no doubt about the outright winners here. It is going to be the Netherlands, Cornelis de Koning in the bow seat, Chantal Heinen at stroke. Here they come down to the line, with Ireland closing in as well. It's the Netherlands who get into that A final. They'll be joined by Ireland about 3.5 lengths further back, with Stephen McGowan in the bow, Katie O'Brien at stroke. Well done, Ireland. They're through to the A final, where they'll join Great Britain and Ukraine, who qualified directly from the heats, and they will know who makes up the last two places in the repechage, which is about to follow. So all the crews now home. The remaining crews, actually there's one still out on the water, they will contest the B final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. So repechage 2 and the PR2 mixed double sculls just getting underway to get those final two A final places to join Great Britain, Ukraine, Netherlands and Ireland, who having just qualified there in that first repechage. The lineup in repechage 2 sees Hong Kong, China in lane 1, France in lane 2, Pelbouge and Stéphane Tardieu, such an impressive pair here, and or double I should say more accurately. Poland in lane 3, Brazil 1 in lane 4.
Abbiamo ora il secondo recupero, rimanendo sempre nella galassia PR2 del doppio mix, dopo aver visto Olanda ed Irlanda qualificarsi nel primo recupero. Ora diamo uno sguardo ad Hong Kong in corsia numero 1, Francia in acqua 2, Polonia in acqua 3, Brasile in acqua 4. Partenza incredibile per la Polonia che cerca di fuggire dalla Francia, una coppia più che collaudata, Stéphane Tardieu con Pelbouge, due atleti che hanno più volte rappresentato la Francia anche in chiave internazionale. Non possiamo dimenticare le pluripartecipazioni alle Paralimpiadi, ma attenzione perché Polonia e Brasile stanno cercando di rimanere molto vicine e quindi tre formazioni quasi sulla stessa linea al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
Yes, so it is, I think the French have just come through ahead of a very tight field, followed closely by Poland and Brazil, one, Hong Kong, China a little bit further back. Very appropriate that we got France in this particular race, because someone has very kindly just delivered a load of croissants to the finish tower here. You may have noticed that from the way Luca was speaking just now. A little bit of croissant in there, Luca. Well done. You got through it. So anyway, back out onto the water where the French, of course, home of the croissant, are doing really well here, but Poland just leading the way as they come up to 500, 600 meters. Do you want to say anything, Luca, or get on with the croissant?
I can't wait to hear all about this race from Robert and Rossano.
Okay, over to them.
Thanks very much, Rob. When you've got a break in the program, maybe you could send some croissant over to the 1,000-meter timing hut, but we need a rescue launch for the food parcel, I feel sure. Anyway, back to the racing action. Yes, this second repechage of the PR2 mixed doubles rapidly approaching us. Now, here's a surprise, because Pelbouge and Stéphane Tardieu, who have so many World and Paralympic medals between them, have had a fairly slow start and are still having to fight for position through this second quarter, because with only two crews going through, it is the Poles, Majka and Gadowski, last year's silver medalists from Repechages, who are making all the running, followed by this new combination from Brazil, Guerra and Saga dos Santos. I just wonder whether the less experienced Brazilians might have front-loaded this race to keep up with the Polish pace, and whether we're going to see France move through into the challenge for a qualifying slot through inside this second quarter. It really is a very closely packed field now, with about 50 meters to go to the intermediate timing marker here at 1,000 meters. It's Majka and Gadowski, who took part in the Paralympic final, finished in 6th place on the Sea Forest Waterway 2 years ago, and they are just under one boat length ahead of France and Brazil, who are absolutely neck and neck. This is without doubt the closest qualification regatta we've seen so far in this morning's second day of racing here on Varese.
Veramente entusiasmante in questa prima metà del percorso per il secondo recupero del doppio misto PR2, che vede l'equipaggio polacco quarto agli europei di Bled e finalista ai giochi di Tokyo, subito dopo l'equipaggio azzurro di Chiara Nardo e Gianfilippo Mirabile, far l'andatura. Ha provato a forzare la partenza Guerra, Sagas dos Santos e l'equipaggio brasiliano all'acqua 4, ma l'equipaggio polacco di Majka Gadowski ha controllato l'avversario, l'ha lasciato sfuriare all'inizio e poi pian piano è rientrato prendendo la testa del percorso. Adesso è un lotta a lotta tra l'acqua 2 e Tardieu, l'equipaggio francese, che cerca di insidiare il Brasile all'acqua 4 per la seconda piazza, quella che servirà per andare a definire la finale A di domani.
Well, Brazil pumped up the rate to try and keep pace with the experienced French, who were in danger of eclipsing them for a qualifying slot. They haven't been able to maintain that higher rate, and most importantly of all, that higher rate is not translating into boat speed. And I suspect the French, despite the fact that they're still lying in third position at this moment, I think they're going to use the third quarter to pounce. What do you think, Neve?
I think you're absolutely spot on, and we can see them there. Their boat speed is kind of creeping up there over the last few meters. This is such a great race in suit here right in front of me. They're just coming up to 1,400 meters, no doubt about it. It is the team from Poland who've been leading it out from the start, still holding on to that lead in a really impressive way. It is now completely even with France and Brazil here. There is nothing between them, but looking at the speeds, France definitely have picked it up that ever so slightly, so they are trying to get ahead now into that second position, which they just have done. Such a really important place to be. First two boats going into final A, so you do not want to be in that third spot. So at the moment it is France who have moved into that second position ahead of Brazil. Brazil really fought hard there throughout the race to try and stay ahead of them. Now there is only 2 meters between them, and there is still 400 meters to go, so let's see who has that surge in them as they head towards the later stages of this race. But as it stands, that Polish crew being very impressive, being really steady with their rate and their speed. It has not dropped at all. And now in that second place, it is France who are doing their utmost to stay ahead of Brazil, but with just 3 meters between them, it will come down to the wire, Rob.
Yeah, Brazil are really causing France some problems, aren't they? I wonder if there was a bit of panic in the French boat when they dropped back into third, but they've re-established that second spot. No doubt about the leaders, though. It's Poland.
Ancora la Polonia lì davanti, davvero senza dubbio. Giustamente ci stava raccontando Rob alla mia sinistra poco fa, un vantaggio eccezionale sulla Francia che comunque rimane lì nel mezzo. Attenzione però al Brasile, che sta diventando davvero pericoloso, addirittura lancia il sorpasso sulla Francia, e quindi per il passaggio del turno potrebbero essere solo Polonia e Brasile. La Francia deve reagire in questo momento per andare a mettere in sicurezza la seconda posizione. Attenzione, Polonia con Francia e Brasile a contendersi la seconda piazza.
Oh, this is a great finish. It really is. Poland are going to hang on to that first spot, but I mean hang on. They're having to work hard. Who's going to take the second qualification spot for that A final? Is it going to be France over there in lane 2 or Brazil here in lane 4? France are just going to get it, but by only a canvas. The Brazilians so unlucky, having really battled hard to try and get into that qualification spot at second place. But Brazil finish in third, so it's Poland first, France in second. They will join the Netherlands, Ireland, Great Britain and Ukraine in the A final of the PR2 mixed double sculls. So to our last repechage then, it's the PR3 mixed double sculls. We've got 4 crews here. Mexico sadly have had to withdraw because of a technical issue with their boat. So these 4 crews will in fact all qualify for the A final, where they'll join Australia and Brazil 1, who came through directly from the heats. But let's just go through them lane by lane. We've got Italy in lane 1, Great Britain in lane 2, Brazil 2 in lane 3, and Ukraine in lane 4.
È il momento di entrare nel recupero del doppio PR3, una grande corsa con Italia, Gran Bretagna, Brasile e Ucraina. Vedremo chi riuscirà ad andare a raggiungere di fatto Australia e Brasile, che sono le 2 nazioni già qualificate durante la qualificazione di ieri. Una grande partenza sicuramente per la Gran Bretagna, che in questo momento sta cercando di dominare i primi 300 metri di gara. La classica partenza forte dell'Inghilterra, che vuole così dettare il ritmo alla corsa davanti all'Ucraina. Poi c'è l'Italia per la terza posizione al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
So through 500 meters, it's Caddick and Murray of Great Britain leading the way ahead of Samolyuk and Kotik of Ukraine. Brazil's Barreto de Souza and Fori Klug are in third. Italy bring up the rear, Corda and Mirabile. Robert, interesting to see how they're going to tackle this race, because they now know that they will all be through to the final tomorrow. So what will they do? Will they take it easy, or will they try and just put some psychological edge maybe on their opposing crews?
I think you know the answer to that one, Rob. These guys are not simply going to paddle over the course in the certain knowledge that they're all going to qualify for the A final. The competitive drive kicks in big time, because don't forget that 3 of these 4 doubles contested the A final of the European Championship 3 weeks ago. Ukraine took silver on that occasion, 1 place up on Great Britain. So Annabel Caddick and Sam Murray determined to reverse that result right here in this repechage, and as you referred to earlier, get that psychological edge going into the A final and a crack at the medals. And as they approach our commentary position at the halfway mark, it continues to be Caddick and Murray who maintain that clear water advantage ahead of Samolyuk and Kotik for Ukraine. The Ukrainians with the longer pedigree. They took part in the PR3 mixed cox 4 at the Paralympics. They took bronze at last year's World Championships. But this is a great performance for Caddick and Murray at their second international regatta together. They're about a length and a half clear of Ukraine at the halfway mark. Then there's a little gap of clear water before we get to the third place Brazilians and Corda and Mirabile for Italy bringing up the rear. Now these 2 doubles don't really look as though they're trying. They're content to just paddle over the course. But that little private battle between Ukraine and Great Britain continues.
Dalla nostra posizione sono abbastanza chiare le prime 2 posizioni, appunto quelle valide per l'accesso alla finale, con la Gran Bretagna che sta scappando avanti, l'equipaggio fresco del bronzo continentale, Annabel Caddick, Samuel Murray, ha cercato di imprimere subito il proprio ritmo ad inseguirli, l'equipaggio ucraino con Samolyuk Kotik, l'unico equipaggio che riesce a mantenere un certo contatto con i battistrada, molto più attardato poi l'equipaggio brasiliano terzo, e vediamo invece l'equipaggio azzurro di Elisa Corda e Gianfilippo Mirabile, che probabilmente dimostra il work in progress del responsabile di settore della squadra azzurra, visto che Elisa ha gareggiato agli europei con Luca Conti in categoria PR3, mentre Gianfilippo Mirabile con Jacob Plebani hanno gareggiato nella categoria PR2. Evidentemente si sta cercando di trovare la formazione più efficace, ma tornando in questo recupero del doppio misto PR3, a far l'andatura continua a essere appunto l'equipaggio inglese all'acqua 2, e per il secondo posto utile al passaggio in finale Ucraina all'acqua 4.
Yeah, Ukraine letting the pressure right off. Neve surely keeping their powder dry for their energy reserve for tomorrow.
I think so, yeah. It's really interesting the way the crews kind of take these different races and their tactics kind of change. Because obviously Great Britain here are setting down a mark against the rest of the field, and that is exactly what they're doing. You know, they're keeping their rate nice and steady, but their boat speed is just so incredible throughout this whole race. They've shot past me. They're down towards passing 1600 now as it stands. Still within distance, not too far away from them, is the crew from Ukraine. They're about 40 metres there behind Great Britain now as it stands. And then, as you mentioned, so it is Brazil in that third position. They've gone through the 1500 metres, definitely looking much steadier. I'd say what their tactic is that they are just reserving as much energy as they can ahead of the final, which is tomorrow afternoon. Obviously, it's quite hot here, and you can expend a lot of energy when you're out in these conditions. So they look like they are reserving or conserving a little bit of energy here. And then in that fourth position, Italy over on the far side in that lane one. They look to be working a little bit harder there now than the Ukraine. So let's see if their speed starts to increase as they head up towards the final couple of hundred metres, Rob.
Thanks indeed, Neve. Aren't Great Britain looking impressive? Let's hope they keep something back for tomorrow. I'm sure they'll manage that. And really, they've had this race all to themselves from the word go. Ukraine in second. They've drifted back just a little bit, as have Brazil too and Italy. But coming down to the line now, it's Great Britain and a drone.
Un vantaggio assoluto per la Gran Bretagna, che viene quasi spinta dal drone che sorvola l'equipaggio britannico sul traguardo alla vittoria.
So, Great Britain, there's the hooter for them as the drone flies above, and we'll be getting some fabulous pictures from that drone camera later on today. And coming home then in second place, Ukraine, looking very strong indeed, very smooth as well as they finish their 2,000 metres. So, Great Britain, Ukraine, they'll be followed home by Brazil too, and Italy, and they will join Australia and Brazil in the final tomorrow. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first of our semi-finals. Got 2 hours worth of semi-finals now to look forward to, and we're starting with semi-final one in the lightweight men's single sculls.
Ed è arrivato il momento di gioire, di divertirsi, di allacciare le cinture, perché insieme siamo pronti per vivere 2 ore di semifinali. 2 ore che andranno ad assegnare i pass per l'accesso alle finali e quindi continuare a sognare le medaglie. Si parte con il singolo pesi leggeri maschile.
The lineup for this first semi-final sees Naoki Furuta of Japan in lane 1, Manel Balastagai of Spain in lane 2, Andrei Strutzner of Switzerland 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, representing France, Baptiste Savayet. In lane 5 for Denmark, Rasmus Lindt. And in lane 6, representing Azerbaijan, Zaya Mamadzada.
Giappone in corsia 1, Spagna in acqua 2, Svizzera in acqua 3, in acqua 4 abbiamo la Francia, 5 la Danimarca, 6 l'Azerbaijan. Attenzione alla Svizzera che ha 2 fratelli in gara nelle 2 semifinali consecutive.
400 meters gone. It's Switzerland just out in front. Andrei Strutzina taking the early lead, but it's so tight between all the boats here at the moment. Let's see who's nearest to them. France going well, Baptiste Savayet as well. Just over 400 meters gone. Japan, the Japanese athlete in lane 1, Furuta, also in close contention. Azerbaijan's Zaya Mamadzada just dropping back a little bit.
Un vantaggio importante proprio per l'azione incisiva della Svizzera lì al centro del percorso. Andrei Strutzina continua lì a fare l'andatura, ma attenzione a Rasmus Lindt della Danimarca che in questo momento sferza un attacco con 37 colpi al minuto, 3 in più rispetto allo svizzero. Stanno viaggiando ad altissimi livelli al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
So just through 600 meters, it's Strutzina of Switzerland leading ahead of Lindt of Denmark and then Savayet of France in third. Let's hand over to Robert Trahan-Jones.
Yes, indeed. Andrei Strutzina, the elder of the 2 Strutzina brothers. We're going to see his younger brother, Jan, take part in the second semi-final in a few minutes' time. But the Swiss athlete is making all the pace at the moment, despite the best efforts of the Danish athlete, Rasmus Lindt, in the lane, 2 lanes to his right. We saw Lindt take the lead after about 400 meters, but then Strutzina kicked in to take the timing marker at 500 and maintain that lead ahead of the Dane. But the struggle for third position, it's anybody's guess. Savate of France, Balastegi of Spain and Furuta of Japan are all within a distance of each other, approaching halfway.
Partita fortissima questa prima semifinale del singolo pesi leggeri maschile, impressionante il numero di colpi che ha tenuto per oltre i 500 metri Manel Balastaguil, l'atleta spagnolo, ma è in questo momento Andrei Strutzina, l'atleta svizzero all'acqua 3, terzo agli campionati europei, che fa l'andatura con una barca di vantaggio, tallonato da Rasmus Lindt, Danimarca all'acqua 5, anche lui finalista quinto agli europei, sempre di Bled. Primi 3 posti sono quelli che daranno accesso alla finale, quindi una battaglia aperta fra questi contendenti.
Well, Strutzina extended his lead as the second half kicked in there, trying to stay out of trouble because he sensed that the other 4 scullers immediately behind him were really going to battle for the second and third qualifying slots. He wanted to stay out of that mix, so it's Strutzina moving away from the field now as Rasmus Lindt just holds on to second ahead of Baptiste Sabatier of France. Neve.
Yeah, Strutzina being very strategic there. He saw the battle that was going on. There's 4 boats in this battle at the moment for that second and third spot. So he saw that happening in front of him. So he just went for it. And it's amazing to see his rate has stayed steady, but his boat speed there had increased slightly. I think he's steadying off now again a little bit because he looks like he is quite safe now, about 20 meters between him and the next second and third position. So as it stands, I'm nearly afraid to say because it keeps changing, but it is Savate of France in that second position, just about ahead of the scullers from Denmark and Spain Absolutely nothing between these now as they start to approach me here at this 1500 meter race. There's 3 boats going into the final A, so it is all to play for here. So that is the Swiss sculler Andriy Strutzina has gone in nice and safe. He's passed me here, but the battle here between 2nd, 3rd and 4th is absolutely incredible to watch. Everyone down there watching, you're in for a treat because they are coming your way at the moment. It is France just ever so slightly ahead of Spain, who's ever so slightly ahead of Denmark. Really interesting to see the approaches here. Spain here have really increased the rate up to 40. Their speed has increased also with that rate change, and now they are pushing into that 2nd position. I think they're coming for France there now at the moment, but France are responding. They're going for it. There is nothing in this, and it is all to play for because they really want to get in those top 3 spots. So as I hand over to the final 200 meters, it is Switzerland from France, from Spain and Denmark.
Yeah, it's really close. This is a terrific race. This first semi-final in the lightweight men's singles sculls. Strutzina of Switzerland leading the way ahead of Savayet of France and Balastegui of Spain.
Ancora un grande vantaggio per la Svizzera che continua ad incrementare. Andriy Strutzina vuole portare a casa la promozione per andare in sicurezza non solo in finale ma in una corsia centrale. Attenzione all'attacco della Francia che si porta pericolosamente sotto in acqua numero 4 all'esterno in modalità schiacciasassi davvero l'atleta del Giappone con la Francia. Attenzione anche alla Spagna, sul traguardo però la Svizzera.
Coming down to the line, it's Strutzina of Switzerland who takes first place. The 2nd and 3rd is going to be tight. It just goes the way of the Spaniard, with France's Savayet coming home in 3rd, and desperate disappointment for Rasmus Lind of Denmark, who finishes in 4th. It'll be a B final for him, as well as Furuta of Japan coming home over in lane 1. But it's Strutzina of Switzerland, Balastegui of Spain, Savayet of France through to the A final of the lightweight men's single sculls. So the 2nd semi-final already underway with Sid Ali Budina of Algeria 1 in lane 1, Jerzy Kowalski of Poland in lane 2, Nils Torre of Italy 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, Switzerland 2, Jan Strutzina. In lane 5, Hong Kong, China 1, Chiu Hin Chun. And for Slovakia in lane 6, Peter Strzelecki. And by the time I've read all those names out, they're coming past you, Robert.
Yes, and with Nils Torre leading the way for Italy ahead of Jan Strutzina of Switzerland, I'm going to leave this one to Rossano.
Seconda semifinale per il singolo pesi leggeri maschile è Nils Torre all'acqua 3 a condurre il, ricordiamolo, campione del mondo e campione europeo lo scorso anno nel 4 di coppia leggero, quest'anno tornato al singolo, secondo agli europei di Bled. In questo momento, in questa semifinale molto dura, è la sua prua quella che va a passare per prima alla boa dei 1000 metri, ma è tallonato veramente da vicino dallo svizzero, dal giovane Jan Strutzina, il fratello del vincitore dell'altra semifinale, vice campione del mondo nel singolo l'anno scorso nella categoria Under 23, quindi un esperto di questa specialità, e vediamo anche in questo caso una gara veramente avvincente.
Well, this is a stunningly close one. There was just a length and a half separating the leading 5 boats at the halfway mark. Nils Torre, last year's world champion in the lightweight quadruple scull for Italy, is still maintaining that lead over the youngest Strutzina brother for Italy, but pushing hard over on the far side, the veteran Sid Badina of Algeria, and Jerzy Kowalski of Poland wants to be in there with a crack at one of the 3 places. How's it looking, Neve?
It is way too close to call at this stage of the race, for sure. Nils Torre there in lane 3, very impressive there, maintaining a nice steady speed throughout. He hasn't had to do anything major right now. He is out ahead, but there is a huge battle happening behind him. So though that battle is going to push him on now, so he's really going to have to stay on top of this if he wants to cross that line in that first place. At the moment, it is Jan Strutzina of Switzerland who has that second place, trying to follow suit of his brother there in the semi-final just a little while ago. So he's just about in that second place ahead of Kolaski of Poland, who has come over from the lightweight double at the Europeans into the single now. So he's just in that third position now ahead of Budina of Algeria. It is way too close to call though, and just coming past me there now it is Hong Kong, China in that fifth position, followed in by Slovakia in sixth. But it is still all to play for. There's about 400 meters left. It is still Niels Torre of Italy out ahead of, it is Poland who have moved into that second position ahead of Switzerland and Algeria. I can't believe how close this is. I do see the speed of Kolaski of Poland has very much increased, and he is trying to even break down the lead that Niels has for Italy there in the middle of the course. It does look like Jan Strutzina might be the slower of the boats, but as I say that, he is picking it up. So with 200 meters to go, it is Italy, it is Poland, and at the moment it's Switzerland in that all-important third position.
And can they keep it? Because Budina of Algeria is contesting that third qualification spot very tightly as well. But Torre of Italy just leading.
E ancora in chiusura, guardate l'assalto azzurro, bellissima l'azione di Niels Torre, il talento classe 99, già 3 volte campione d'Europa e 2 volte campione del mondo, che in chiusura porta a casa la vittoria per l'Italia nella seconda semifinale del singolo pesi leggeri. Seconda piazza la Polonia con la Svizzera lì in corsa per la terza posizione.
Coming down to the finish line, first place is going to Italy, second place goes to the pole. What about third? Absolutely bow bowl for bow bowl. It may have gone to Kowalski of Poland. We'll have to await the outcome of the third and fourth spots here. But Torre of Italy taking first. Kowalski of Poland in second. But who got third? Was it Strutzina? It was. So Jan Strutzina just holds on to that third qualification spot, meaning he will join brother Andri in the finals along with Spain's Balasteguy and Savayet of France. What a final that will be. Italy, Poland and Switzerland too, making up those final 3 spots for the final of the lightweight men's single sculls. We've got the first semi-final of the women's pair. France 2, USA 1, Germany, Spain, China 2 and Denmark, Robert.
Yes, that's true, yes, yes.
In the final.
Robert, we're with you on this first semi-final of the women's pair.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, Rossano and I were just getting used to the idea of which 6 scullers had qualified for the A final of the previous race. But you're absolutely right, as the 6 pairs power down towards us in this first AB semi of the women's pairs. And it's the Olympians from the USA, Alison Russia and Megan Musnicki, who are making all the running over there in lane 2. They're about a length clear of Aina Sid and Esther Zamorano for Spain, the European bronze medalists, who in turn have about a length advantage ahead of Sarasa and Reif, the under-23 bronze medalist from a couple of years ago, representing Germany.
In questa prima semifinale del duessenza femminile vediamo transitare in testa al passaggio ai 1000 metri l'equipaggio americano Alison Rusher e Megan Musnick, che hanno la possibilità di gestire bene la loro palata, quindi un buon vantaggio ai 1000 metri sull'equipaggio spagnolo, già terzo ai campionati europei di Bled e primo vincitore alla Coppa del Mondo di Zagabria alla prima tappa, ma è l'equipaggio americano che riesce a condurre, potendo gestire in questo momento questa prima semifinale del duessenza femminile.
Well, I was going to say the pressure here on the 4th place French crew, Josephine Cornu d'Anjou and Adèle Brosse over there on the far side in lane 1, but their stroke rate is down. They really haven't got the boat speed compared with the leaders, because such is the pace of this race that Russia and Musnicki are just powering away and extending their lead, eh, Niamh?
Actually so incredible to watch the lead that they're opening up here ahead of Spain, who actually won World Cup 1. They were also third at the Europeans, but they don't seem to be just as fast as USA here this morning. USA a little bit more controlled in their rate, around 37, whereas Spain were up around that 39, but we mentioned about USA, they've been so strong here across the couple of days of racing so far, and we're seeing the exact same here in the women's pair. So first three boats will be going into final A tomorrow, and at the moment USA, there is just no catching them. They're looking so strong as they pass me here at the 1500 meters. They just look so focused here. Spain being much more aggressive. They're really trying to come for USA now, so we can see the speed of Spain's boat has increased here, so they are trying to eat into the lead there that USA have built up throughout the race. At the moment it is Germany in that third spot for qualifying for the A final. Then we have a great race between China 2. We have France 2 over on the far side in lane 1, and Denmark then on the near side to me in lane 6. But definitely Spain are putting in a big push here. It does look like they're very much safe into the semi-final, but they want to show what USA, what they are made of, and they are definitely breaking down the lead that USA have had. Look at the rate of Spain. They are just going for it here with the last 200 meters to go, Rob.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Germany have dropped back out of contention if things stay the way they are, but USA won well ahead of Spain in second. Then it's that battle for that all-important third and final qualification spot from this first semi-final between People's Republic of China 2 and Germany.
Bellissimo l'arrivo con la Spagna che attacca pericolosamente gli Stati Uniti d'America. Gli Stati Uniti d'America che non vogliono mollare, portano a bordo l'esperienza. Megan Masnik ha compiuto 40 anni il 5 febbraio scorso. La Spagna attacca pericolosamente, al terzo posto c'è la Germania, quindi Stati Uniti con Spagna e Germania in chiusura.
Coming down to the line, it's USA 1 who'll take this by a length ahead of Spain in lane 4. But what about the battle for third? It goes the way of Germany. They've reclaimed that third spot. So it is first place USA 1, Spain in second, Germany in third. Those are the crews who'll go through to the A final of the women's pair. On to the second semi-final then, with China 1 in lane 1, Great Britain 2 in lane 2, Australia 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, Great Britain 1, lane 5, USA 2, France 1 are in lane 6. And another tight one, Australia 1, Robert, probably just in front.
An Olympic champion on board in the shape of Jessica Morrison in the bow seat, partnered by Annabelle McIntyre. This new Australian competition certainly making all the running through the second quarter of this AB semi of the women's pairs. Closely followed by the leading British boat, Rowan McKellar and Esme Booth in lane 4. Well, I say close, but there's about a length of clear water between 1 and 2, because such is the Australian lead that they have left the other crews to fight it out for the minor placings. Behind the leading British boat, it's the second American boat, Jess Tones and Charlotte Buck, who are hanging on to third, marginally ahead of France, Cornelis and Uday.
Impressionante il vantaggio che ha costruito nei primi 1000 metri l'equipaggio australiano di Jessica Morrison e Annabelle McIntyre, che passa veramente con luce a metà del percorso ad inseguire Gran Bretagna e Stati Uniti, in questo momento praticamente appaiati per la seconda e terza posizione. Prova la Francia a mantenere agganciata il terzetto di testa per quelle che sono le posizioni che garantiranno il passaggio alla finale A.
Well, the position's unchanged as they get stuck into the third quarter. It's still Australia who further extended their lead ahead of Great Britain and the USA, who are trading punches for second and third. but that tussle has moved them further ahead of France in lane 6. I thought the French were going to challenge for a qualifying slot here, but such is the pressure from the leaders, it has drawn them further and further ahead. Bringing up the rear, it's the second British boat, Natasha Morris and Annie Campbell-Ord, with Wang Unchang of China over on the far side in 6th, Neve.
As they approach 1,400 metres now, the Australians just opening up that lead that they have 40 metres now ahead of the rest of the field. Incredible rowing here from the Australian crew. We do know they do a lot of training here on this lake here, Lake Varese, so you'd wonder if that's standing to them here now. They are just powering through their boat speed, not dropping, sticking around that 36 strokes per minute, and they look so comfortable and controlled as they pass me at 1,500 metres here. So they are very much safe, bar anything drastic happening here. And then the battle between Great Britain 1 and USA 2. So at the moment it is the crew from USA 2 who just have a slight lead, very little between the two of them, ahead of Great Britain 1 there. They're your 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. And then back the field a little bit, there is another great race happening between France 1 on the near side to us in lane 6 and Great Britain 2 over on the far side. And then we have the People's Republic of China 1 in that 6th position. So first 3 boats will be going into the final A. Australia just are pulling away. This is unbelievable stuff from this women's pair ahead of USA and Great Britain, Rob.
Yeah, Australia really in a class of their own here. They've got no worries from here on in, and that's quite a gap, isn't it? Back to USA 2 and then Great Britain, and then there's another gap opened up to France, who look, they're probably now out of contention. Looks like we've got our final 3A finalists here in Australia 1, USA 2 and Great Britain 1.
Volevate vedere un equipaggio sorpresa ed eccolo qua, questo equipaggio, questo 2 senza dell'Australia, con la campionessa olimpica del 4 senza, Jessica Morrison, con la neoentrata in squadra olimpica, Annabelle, classe 96, insieme una macchina trionfale che funziona e frulla alla grande alla vittoria davanti a Stati Uniti e Gran Bretagna.
Australia 1 coming up to the line with acres of water between them and second place USA 2. There's a great battle though for third place. I think Britain will just hang on to it in lane 4, but the challenge is coming over from the other side from their fellow competitors in lane 2. It's Great Britain 1 who take it just ahead of Great Britain 2. So Australia 1, USA 2, Great Britain 1 will join USA 1, Spain and Germany in the final of the women's pair. The semi-final of the men's pair already underway with Italy, Poland, USA 1, Switzerland 1, Australia and Denmark already at 800 metres. A tight race this, Robert.
Yes, but it's the Swiss European champions, Roman Röschli and Andrin Gulich, who are leading the way home to stake their claim to the leading qualifying slot. Behind them, very little to choose. The Australians, Angus Dawson and Joe O'Brien, looking pretty strong in lane 5, just about 3/4 of a length back on the leading Swiss. Then we've got Justin Best and Peter Quinton in the 3rd qualifying slot. And then a little gap of clear water before we get to the tail enders. Falberg and Mortensen of Denmark trying to push through for 4th position, marginally ahead of Pozilaika and Spakowski for Poland, with Comini and Vicino in 6th for Italy.
Prima semifinale per il 2 senza maschile, la Svizzera, campione europeo in carica, a far l'andatura, mantiene il contatto l'equipaggio australiano, cerca di non far scappare i battistrada. Stati Uniti per la 3ª posizione, poi vediamo quasi allineati gli altri 3 equipaggi, dove troviamo anche il duo azzurro, la nuova formazione sperimentale con Davide Comini e Giuseppe Vicino, che in questo momento però ricoprono la 6ª posizione.
Well, the Swiss seem to be gathering pace through the season. They kicked off their World Cup round with a win at Zagreb against a relatively small field, then polished it off with gold at the Europeans 3 weeks ago, but looking stronger and stronger as this semi progresses, Neve.
Yeah, there's no let up out of the Swiss crew here. They did see a little bit of a challenge there from the Australian pair, but they have matched that speed now just to stay in control of this race. There is kind of two separate races happening here now as they start to approach me at the 1400 meters. So it is Switzerland still nice and in control of this race. Then in that second place, we have the Australian pair. And at the moment in third, it is the crew from USA 1. So three crews going to be going into a final A. So there you're 1, 2 and 3 at the moment at the 1500 meter mark. Switzerland looking very aggressive here, trying to stay in the lead ahead of Australia, and they're doing a pretty good job of it here as they open up another little bit of a gap now. Then back to third, it is still USA. They're actually one of the quicker moving boats here. At the moment, they're trying to ensure that they stay in that qualifying spot for final A. Then back the field ever so slightly, we have Denmark in lane 6 closest to us here. Then in that 5th position, it is Poland, and at the moment, Italy are in that 6th place. But boat speeds are matched across the top 3 boats, so let's see if those positions will change. At the moment, it doesn't look like they will. So as they approach the last 200 meters, it is Switzerland still powering it out in that first place, Australia in second, and USA 1 in that third spot.
Yeah, and then there's a bit of a gap, as you rightly said, Niamh, down to Denmark in 4th place. So it looks like we may have our first 3 finalists set from Switzerland 1, Australia and USA 1.
Una Svizzera straordinaria, una Svizzera che sta costruendo davvero una nuova generazione di canottieri. Svizzera campione europea in carica, lì a fare l'andatura. Per la seconda posizione però c'è l'Australia, con lo stesso segreto, il segreto del mago, rubato un atleta dal 4 senza della scorsa stagione con un nuovo Under 23 alla prima esperienza in chiave olimpica. Eccolo qua sul traguardo, quindi Svizzera-Australia.
Switzerland come home to take this by 3/4 of a length ahead of Australia in second place. And there's a real push coming here in lane 6 from Denmark. It's too little too late from them, though, because that third qualification spot goes to USA 1. So it's Switzerland, Australia and USA 1 who are through to the through to the final, I should say, of the men's pair. So who will join them there out of China 1 in lane 1, Germany 1 in lane 2, the Netherlands in 3, Great Britain lane 4, lane 5 is USA 2, lane 6 Croatia. They're just around the 500 meter mark. Great Britain just leading ahead of the Netherlands at this stage. Robert.
Yes, no surprise that the European silver medalists and world bronze medalists from Great Britain, Ollie Griffith and Tom George, should be leading this semi-final, but pushing them pretty hard. This new Dutch combination in lane 3, Peter van Veen and Ille Brouwer, and then chasing for the third qualifying slot. Well, it's anybody's guess, to be absolutely honest. The Croatians, the Lonkaric twins, on the grandstand side in lane 6. I think they are holding on to that marginal third place, but there is less than half a length between the 4 crews that are chasing down that third qualifying slot. Griffith and George approaching the halfway mark with a clear water advantage ahead of the Dutch. Yes, it is indeed the Croatians who have the edge here, but all 6 crews in with a shout.
Palata veramente efficace per il due senza della Gran Bretagna, Griffith George, che sta conducendo con almeno 2 barche luce in questo momento. Palata efficace perché la loro velocità è la più alta di tutto il lotto di questa semifinale, pur avendo comunque una frequenza di colpi che tendenzialmente è più bassa o in linea con quella degli avversari. Equipaggio che è arrivato terzo ai mondiali dello scorso anno e secondo per 10 centesimi agli europei dietro la coppia svizzera, in questo momento sta facendo da battistrada, seguito poi dall'equipaggio olandese e dall'equipaggio americano, che tentano di mantenere agganciate le posizioni utili per il passaggio, anche se la Croazia cerca in questo momento di inserirsi all'interno dei posti utili per la finale.
GB was with clear water advantage, continuing to beat down the Netherlands in second place, but that little tussle for third position, well, it's still hanging on. The Lonkaric twins are still looking good for Croatia, but surely, Neve, the other three crews are still in with a bite.
They absolutely are. It's way too early to call who's going to get that final qualifying spot for that A final. But this is incredible rowing out of Great Britain. Such a big lead now at this stage with about 600 metres to go. It's very similar to what we saw in the last semi-final with the crew from Switzerland, so I'm sure that's going to be a great battle if once both crews make it to that A final. At the moment, just passing me at 1500. Great Britain looking very strong here as they power it down into their last 500 metres of the race. Then in that second position, looking quite safe as well, it is the crew from Netherlands, but now putting in a big push, it is USA 2 and Croatia next to them, both of them side by side here. Big push now into the final 500 metres. They seem to be leaving China a little bit here, but at the same time, there's probably still enough water for any of them to get it. So at the moment, it is USA 2 in that very important third spot. Looking at the speed, though, Croatia are really matching them and coming for them. They've upped their rate to around 41. So they're coming into the final 200 metres. It does look like Great Britain are going to hang on. Their speed has dropped compared to the others, but the others are having to battle hard to get that second and third spot. So Great Britain still in that first spot, Netherlands in the second, and USA Croatia, it is way too close to call here at this point, Rob.
Yeah, USA too have worked really hard to push their way through the field, just holding on to that third spot at the moment.
Un vantaggio assoluto per la Gran Bretagna che non lascia dubbio a nessuno, ma per la seconda e terza posizione la lotta è ancora aperta. Gli Stati Uniti che vengono incalzati dalla Croazia, all'esterno però l'Olanda non vuole irretreggiare di un centimetro, allora attenzione perché ancora Gran Bretagna insieme all'Olanda per la terza piazza. Passa la Croazia con un valzer incredibile davanti agli Stati Uniti d'America.
Looks like Croatia have just pushed through America once again to take this third spot. But let's go back to the front where it's Great Britain who come through to take first spot ahead of the Netherlands in second. And Croatia have pipped the USA and they are celebrating at the Croatian boat. They're through to the A final in third place there. So it is Great Britain, the Netherlands and Croatia who will join. Switzerland won, Australia and USA won in the final of the men's pair. We now have the semi-finals of the women's double sculls. In this first semi-final, it's Poland in lane 1, USA 2 in lane 2 with USA 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, it's France, lane 5, Germany, Canada in lane 6. It is absolutely almost a dead heat coming through 650 metres, Robert.
Yes, but it's the French that lead. Margot Bayou and Emma Lunati came together for the European Championships in Blair. They were unlucky enough to miss out on a medal, but it set them up as a springboard for the 2023 season. They finished one place up on Germany in fifth position there, but of course the Americans were absent on that occasion, and Christy Wagner and Sophia Vitas, the leading American boat, unchanged from the crew that contested the World Championship final last year, are looking very strong in second position behind France as the six crews approach the halfway mark. But it's the second American crew, Emily Calfelds and Lauren O'Connor, who a new combination who are also in the mix there. I still think they're hanging on for the third position to go through to the A final. That'll be a stunning one for the US selectors, wouldn't it, if they had two doubles ending up in this A final here in Varese. But that's the way it's panning out there. It's still France hanging on to a narrow lead ahead of USA 1 and USA 2.
Prima semifinale del doppio femminile molto combattuta, quindi qui a metà percorso la Francia cerca di fare l'andatura con Bayou e Lunati, ma siccome c'è lotta interna con la nazionale degli Stati Uniti, con due equipaggi in questa semifinale, l'acqua 2 e l'acqua 3, Stati Uniti numero 1 all'acqua 3, quinti ai mondiali dello scorso anno, stanno cercando di mettere la prua avanti per condurre la semifinale e cercare di sganciare le colleghe del team americano. Poi la Francia, e questo è il terzetto che fa da battistrada e cerca di mantenere l'andatura, anche se il Canada all'acqua 6 tenta di non farsi sganciare, come pure la Germania poi, che mantiene il contatto con il Canada per inseguire il terzetto che fa da battistrada.
Wagner and Vitas really pack on the pressure. They didn't raise the rate, but the work went on, and they have just gently eased past the French crew. This is a fantastic race up here at the head of the field. Back in third position, well, it's still the second American boat that holds top honours, so the real pressure point here on fourth placed Canada, but the gap between the three leaders and the fourth place crews widening stroke by stroke, Neve.
It is. This battle is really making the first three boats just push on away from the final three at the moment. USA 1 just going for it here. As you said, their rate stayed the same, but their speed very much increased, and now they have over half a length here ahead of it. Is still France hanging on to that second position. USA 2 in that third position there. We're seeing USA actually increasing the speed again here, just trying to make sure that they stay in that top spot. So three of these boats will be going into final A, and they're really now making a big impact across the rest of the field. So back in fourth position, is Germany. Then we have Canada after slipping back to that fifth position, and Poland then in sixth. But this is amazing stuff between USA 1, France and USA 2. At the moment, speeds are the same. Rates are similar between both USA crews, but France have upped it here now. They've 200 meters to go, so let's see who's going to get there. But at the moment, USA 1 hanging on, but France are coming for them, Rob.
They are, aren't they? At the moment, they are just in between the two USA crews. What a thrilling finish.
Ma guardate che arrivo straordinario, gli Stati Uniti d'America vogliono davvero mettere le ali, ma la Francia non ci sta e viene stretta nella morsa americana a destra e sinistra, quindi Francia e Stati Uniti d'America che in questo momento vanno a contendersi la piazza d'onore e le prime tre posizioni, quelle che garantiscono l'accesso nella grande finale per la corsa alle medaglie. Stati Uniti e Francia!
So as they come down to the line, it's USA 1 still holding in front of France, who are now coming through to take second place. USA 1 from France in second place. Third place goes to USA 2. Well, the USA will be happy with that one. Terrific race all the way through the field there in the women's double sculls. First semi-final. On to the second semi-final then. Switzerland 1, China 2, Australia. That's the lanes 1, 2 and 3. Lane 4 is China 1, Italy in lane 5, Great Britain in lane 6. Just coming up to the 800-metre mark, Robert, what can you tell us?
Well, it's China all the way in this second AB semi of the women's doubles. Liu and Yang for the second Chinese boat. They appear to have the lead over the China 1 here with 900 meters gone. So that'll be an interesting one for the Chinese selectors. Li and Yang, the leading crew, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's their international debut here on Lake Varese, whereas the China 1 are experienced from last year's cruise at the World Championships. But those two Chinese crews out in the lead. I think they have about 3/4 of a length up on Saskia Budget and Lucy Glover, who are hanging on to third position for Great Britain on the grandstand side, about a canvas up on fourth placed Australia.
Incredibile anche in questa seconda semifinale, due equipaggi della stessa nazione, in questo caso Cina 1 e Cina 2, che stanno conducendo questa semifinale l'acqua 4 sta cercando di prendere qualche metro di vantaggio sulle colleghe all'acqua 2 e poi ad inseguire direttamente c'è ancora l'equipaggio inglese che rimane agganciato alla terza posizione utile per il passaggio alla finale. Semifinale che vede anche l'equipaggio azzurro di Stefania Buttignon e Clara Guerra invertite nelle posizioni nell'imbarcazione rispetto all'ottavo posto dei campionati europei, con Stefania che sta facendo da capovoga e tenta di mantenere agganciato il terzetto di testa per tentare l'accesso alla finale A.
Well, it's a familiar story in 2,000-metre racing as the second half unfolded. Australia, Amanda Bateman and Laura Gurley kicked in hard and have overhauled Great Britain for the third qualifying position here in the women's double sculls. They didn't up the rate, but they certainly packed the work on, and that translated into boat speed. And now, can GB come back from this deficit? Still, it's China 1 and China 2 leading the way, Niamh.
Yes, and as you say that, Robert, Australia have moved into that second spot. That kick that they gave there has really pushed them up through the field, and in fact they are the fastest moving boat out there now. So they're even coming for China 1 here at the moment, who have been leading it out from the very start of the race. They're just passing 1,500 metres here. China 1 still in control, but we've seen the experience that Australia have across their whole squad, and it's really showing here. Like, their speed is just going up, and they are coming for China 1 here. China 2 now in that third qualifying spot at the moment, and then a little bit back we have Italy now in that fourth spot, Great Britain after slipping back into fifth, and then Switzerland in that sixth position. But this is really great racing going on here. We're being treated to great racing so far this morning. So at the moment, China 1 is still hanging in to that first position. Australia in a strong second position now, and it is China 2 in that third and very important spot, Rob.
Yes, thank you very much. The gap between them and Italy is, well, it's perhaps a little bit too large for Italy to come back and narrow it, but People's Republic of China 1 ahead of Australia, China 2.
Ancora un grande assalto, l'Italia sta provando a rinvenire, l'Italia mette il cuore con Stefania Buttignone e Clara Guerra che in questo momento cercano di ridurre il gap, ma la Cina e l'Australia sono davvero irraggiungibili, con l'Australia che schiera una nuova combinazione. Pensate che Laura, la prodiera classe 2002, giovanissima, rubata alla nazionale under 23, ed ecco quindi Cina, Australia e Cina, ma attenzione, le azzurre ci credono ancora e tentano il combo perfetto.
Yeah, all the action over on the far side. It's China 1 coming home in lane 4 to take first place ahead of Australia in second place. There's a big charge from Italy. They're not going to quite catch the China 2 boat over in lane 2. So it's China 1, Australia, and China 2 will join USA 1, France, and USA 2 in the final of the women's double sculls. So on to the semi-finals for the men's double sculls, with Norway in lane 1, Australia lane 2, Italy 1 in lane 3, in lane 4 China 1, lane 5 Sweden, and lane 6 another Indonesian boat. How are they looking, Robert?
Well, I'm sorry to say that up against the experience of the leading competitors, they're not featuring amongst the leaders, because Luca Rambaldi and Matteo Sartori, the Italian combination in lane 3, are leading this tightly packed field to the halfway mark. Behind them, Moore and Cleary of Australia, narrowly back in second, with China 1 in third.
È un piacere vedere questo doppio azzurro condurre questa semifinale del doppio maschile, appunto Luca Rambaldi e Matteo Sartori. Luca già campione del mondo nel 4 di coppia, campione europeo anche nel doppio, quindi esperto nella specialità, e il giovanissimo Matteo Sartori, figlio del grande campione Alessio, con cui ho condiviso molte regate. Secondi ai campionati europei, dicevamo, di Bled, in questo momento sono a far l'andatura, anche se a tallonarli l'equipaggio cinese e l'equipaggio australiano, quindi comunque devono rimanere concentrati, come sanno ben fare, per portare a casa l'accesso alla finale.
Well, the pace from the Italian silver medal Europeans really is cracking. They're joined there by China 1, who we haven't seen much of since they took the bronze medal at the Olympics a couple of years ago, but they are powering on. The best of the rest. Well, the pressure point on Sweden here, Richter and Nerud, but really the gap is opening up, Niamh, isn't it?
It is incredibly so, yeah. It's very impressive here from Italy 1. Their boat speed has been only increasing here throughout as they go past 1,300 meters here, trying to make sure they stay in control of this race. We're seeing it a lot where there's these battles going on, and it's very much opening up the field. So Italy pushing on, China 1 still in that second position. Australia working hard here now to stay with these boats. They're currently in that third qualifying spot. Then back the field ever so slightly, we have Sweden in that fourth position. And then a great race between Norway over the far side in lane 1 and Indonesia on the near side to us in lane 6. But up the top of the field, no doubt about it, it is Italy 1, keeping their rate around that 37 strokes per minute, maintaining their boat speed. Australia have actually put on a bit of a push here, and Italy have responded, as have China. So all three maintaining their spots now as they hit around 300 meters to go. I'm sure we're going to see a surge from all three here. I'm not sure if it's too late for positions to change, but as it stands, Italy in first position, China 1 in second, and Australia in third, Rob.
There's quite a lot of excitement for the Italy boat up here alongside me from Luca Bragini.
Well, I can't wait. Un grande margine di vantaggio per la coppia azzurra. Luca Rambaldi, Matteo Sartori vogliono suonare la musica più bella anche in questa semifinale per continuare la grande cavalcata che li ha già visti protagonisti ai campionati europei. Ed ecco l'assalto decisivo. Cerca in questo momento di attaccare anche la Cina con l'Australia per la seconda e terza piazza, ma la coppia azzurra non vuole sentire ragioni ed eccoli lì davanti con la Cina seconda e l'Australia terza a fare l'andatura in questa specialità. L'Australia che ha preso un puntista mettendolo di coppia a prodiere del suo equipaggio, ma l'Italia vola alla vittoria.
We've pretty much got our 1, 2, 3 coming down to the line. It is Italy 1 in first place, a length ahead of China 1 in second, Australia half a length back in third place. So it's Italy 1, China 1 and Australia through to the A final of the men's double sculls. Second semi-final is underway in the men's double sculls. Italy 2 in lane 1, Czech Republic in lane 2, USA in lane 3, Great Britain taking up lane 4 alongside the Netherlands in lane 5 and Poland in lane 6. Who started best out of these 6, Robert?
Well, it was the Americans, Soren Koshik and Ben Davison, who got off to the early start. They led the way to 500 meters. And then Leonardo Teldoldi and Riccardo Peretti for Italy over on the far side. They really front-loaded this, despite being one of the slower qualifiers for this second AB. Followed in third place by Kasparek and Litka on the grandstand side in lane 6 for Poland. Behind them, the Netherlands, then the Czech Republic, then Great Britain.
Seconda semifinale, altro equipaggio azzurro in acqua 1 in questa semifinale. Leonardo Tedoldi, già campione del mondo in 4 di coppia under 23 insieme a Matteo Sartori che abbiamo appena visto nella prima semifinale, con Riccardo Peretti. Cercano di non far scappare l'equipaggio americano all'acqua 3 che è partito subito fortissimo per mettersi davanti e condurre questa seconda semifinale. Quindi in questo momento Stati Uniti, Italia e Nuova Zelanda sono gli equipaggi che in questo momento puntano alle prime 3 posizioni. America che conduce con ampio margine, bene l'Italia, poi una bella battaglia dietro.
Well, it's still the USA leading it, Italy, and then 1 length back. It's the Dutch now moving through into third position, marginally ahead of Poland, then the Czech Republic, and then Great Britain. But things are so close. Any of the 4 tail enders are still in with a chance at moving through into a qualifying position. But this new combination from the USA really are making all the running, and like we've seen so many times, times earlier this morning, looking to extend their lead because that they can sense trouble happening as the other 5 crews battle it out for those qualifying slots, Neve.
This is another unbelievable race happening here at the moment. USA very much in control, in the lead here. They increased their speed a little bit as they went through the 1200 meter mark, as you said, just trying to hold off the battle that is happening behind them here. So at the moment, Italy too seem to be quite safe in that second position as well. Quite high boat speed over on the far side in lane 1. And then the battle continues between Czech Republic and the Netherlands, really. It's kind of between the two of them at the moment, but very much still within touching distance is Great Britain and Poland. So they're just coming up to my window here at 1500 meters. USA just looking so incredibly powerful, so slick through the water here. They are looking very much in control, keeping that boat speed up as high as possible here. So the Italians then over on the far side still in that second position here. And it does look like Czech Republic have put on a little bit of a push here. They've kind of firmly moved into that third spot now. They actually have the fastest moving boat out there. They have the fastest stroke rate out there, 41 strokes per minute. They've gone with about 400 meters to go, so let's see if they can maintain that. They are actually coming for Italy now, who are in that second spot. So at the moment, those 3 boats are very much moving away from the rest of the field. So as it stands, USA still pushing on in that lead. Italy too still holding on to that second spot, but Czech Republic have really pushed on here now into that third spot, Rob.
Yeah, and that will help them get away from the Netherlands, who are not far behind. So Czech Republic desperately need to hold on to that qualification spot. They may yet overtake Italy too. It's USA leading.
Quando sei in acqua 1 devi davvero sgomitare per essere là davanti e l'hanno fatto benissimo Riccardo Peretti e Leonardo Tedoldi, che ieri ha festeggiato il suo 21esimo compleanno ed oggi corre verso il sogno finale A nel doppio senior durante la Coppa del Mondo. Al comando gli Stati Uniti d'America, l'Italia è saldamente seconda e fa sognare in grande con Tedoldi e Peretti.
It's USA coming home in first place, over in lane 1. Italy 2 in second. Czech Republic, what a race from them. They take that third qualification spot for the A final. So USA, Italy 2, Czech Republic will join Italy 1, China 1 and Australia 3 in the final of the men's double sculls. Next on the water is the first semi-final of the women's 4. In lane 1, it's Japan, Great Britain 2 in lane 2, China 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, Australia 1. In lane 5, Great Britain 1, with Poland in lane 6. Underway through about 600 meters, a little to separate these boats, but Australia 1 perhaps just ahead of the rest of the pack, Robert.
Yes, the Australians with 2 bronze medalists from last year's World Championships on board, making all the running here and have gone clear of the leading British boat. The GB1 in lane 5, featuring multi-Olympic champion Helen Glover on board, celebrating her 37th birthday today. So happy birthday, Helen. Wouldn't it be great if your crew qualified here in the semi-final of the women's 4s? Behind the leading Australian and British boats, it's anything to choose, but the best of the rest, China 1, unchanged from the crew that contested last year's World Championship final. Then we get back to a little tussle between Poland and the second British boat for 4th place, with Japan trailing in 6th.
Prima semifinale per il 4 senza femminile, siamo in prossimità del passaggio di metà percorso con l'equipaggio australiano all'acqua 4 che ancora conduce, ma abbiamo l'Inghilterra all'acqua 5 per 3/4 campionessa del mondo in carica, che cerca di rientrare, veramente una prua di vantaggio ancora per l'Australia, ma all'interno dell'Inghilterra c'è anche Helen Grover che oggi compie gli anni, vuole cercare di farsi il regalo conquistando il passaggio in finale e magari vincendo anche la semifinale. Per la terza posizione è l'equipaggio cinese che tenta di mantenere salda la piazza per garantirsi il passaggio di turno.
Well, Australia making all the running, but Great Britain kicked in hard as the second half unfolded. They've taken the rate up to 38 against Australia at 37. They've increased the boat speed, and they are narrowing the gap stroke by stroke and moving away from third place China, Neve.
They certainly are. Let's see if they went a little bit too early. At the moment, they are faster than Australia, and they are now dead even. Their rate is that little bit higher, so let's see if they can maintain that lead. Australia seem to be working hard near here to push away a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's working because they are going for stroke as they head down towards 1,300 meters. So that's a great battle happening at the front of the field. Then in that very important third spot, it is China 1. And again, we're seeing that battle is meaning that the front three boats are pushing away from the final three boats. So back in that fourth position at the moment, it is Great Britain 2. Then we have Poland in that fifth position and Japan in sixth. I'm looking at my window. I'm looking at the battle. Great Britain have just moved their bow ahead of Australia 1. The splash coming off the GB oar is so aggressive here in their catch. They're keeping up at that 38 strokes per minute. We're seeing Australia really trying hard to respond here. Again, they're both probably going to be in that final tomorrow, but it's all about the psychological edge here. Who can get ahead? And it is Great Britain who have got the better of Australia at this stage of the race, but there is nothing in it. With about 300 meters to go, it is still very much anyone's race between Great Britain and Australia. China 2 then still in that third position, and then a nice battle happening between Great Britain 2, Poland, and then Japan back in sixth, Rob.
Great to see these two sporting adversaries, Great Britain and Australia, going bow ball to bow ball. This is a wonderful race to watch. In third place, People's Republic of China as well. Great Britain 2 a little bit further back.
Ed ecco quindi la lotta tra Gran Bretagna e Australia. Australia che ha indebolito il 4 senza, mettendo una delle titolari in 2 senza, perché l'importante quest'anno, come insegnano i grandi, è qualificare con la Gran Bretagna, che in questo momento continua ad incrementare il numero dei colpi. All'esterno c'è la Cina. Queste le prime 3 posizioni: Australia, Gran Bretagna e poi la Cina.
Australia are responding and responding well. These two crews, Australia, Great Britain 1, really fighting for it. Australia, I think, are just going to take it by a canvas from Great Britain 1. Terrific finish. Who is going to take that third final qualification spot? It is lane 3, China 1. What a fabulous race. So it's Australia 1, just ahead of Great Britain 1 in second, People's Republic of China in third, the 1, 2, 3, through to the A final of the women's 4.
Ne approfittiamo per fare davvero tanti auguri di buon compleanno alla leggenda del remo internazionale Helen Glover, che con la seconda posizione passa al turno e va in finale A. Buon compleanno!
So the second semi-final well on its way, with China 2, Canada 2, Denmark, USA, Canada 1, and Italy. Robert, it's all yours.
Thanks very much. Well, it's the Americans leading this new lineup that is taken out of last year's World Championship 8. They've got a narrow margin ahead of Denmark and the leading Canada boat, because we've got 2 Canadian crews taking part in this race, and just like the Australians and the British boats, they are doubling up in the 8s event and also taking part, splitting it into 2 fours. Leading the way then, the USA, with a narrow margin there ahead of the crew immediately to their left, because Denmark, I think, have just slipped through into second place ahead of Canada 1 at the halfway mark. Fourth place is Canada 2, then the Italians, and China bringing up the rear.
In questa seconda semifinale del 4 senza femminile sono le corsie centrali a far l'andatura, con Stati Uniti all'acqua 4 a condurre, seguite da Danimarca, e poi c'è battaglia per la terza posizione tra Canada 1 e Canada 2. in questo momento è il Canada 1 all'acqua 5 ad avere ancora un paio di metri di vantaggio sulle colleghe all'acqua 2, ma è una battaglia molto aperta perché sono le 3 posizioni iniziali che garantiscono il passaggio alla finale, e quindi sarà interessante vedere nei prossimi metri come si svilupperà questa seconda semifinale.
Well, this is a stunning performance by the Americans to maintain this sort of pace. They've certainly got the boat speed, and they're marginally faster than Denmark, who got the consistency that makes a crew go even faster, because they're unchanged from last year's World Championship lineup in the Danish boat, the only one of these 6 crews to contest the European Championship 3 weeks ago, when they finished just out of the medals in 4th position. But it's the USA all the way and have extended their lead ahead of Denmark in 2nd. But who's going to pick up 3rd place, Niamh?
That is a very tough question to answer at this stage of the race, Robert. Yes, USA very much out there in the lead here as they come up towards 1,500 metres, staying steady with a rate of 38. Denmark very much within touching distance of them, and we're seeing Denmark putting on a bit of a push here. They have increased their speed ever so slightly, making sure they're staying within touching distance, but the race is between Canada 2 here and Canada 1. It is the second crew over in lane 2. Canada 2 have moved up into that very important 3rd spot, with Canada 1 falling back ever so slightly into that 4th position. Then not too far behind, we have Italy in that 5th position and China 2 in 6th. But up the top of the race, it is USA 1, Denmark in 2nd, and very much Canada 2 now in that 3rd spot. They are just that little bit quicker than their teammates there in Canada 1, rating just ever so slightly slower than them, but their boat speed is phenomenal here. They head towards 200 metres to go. It is USA, Denmark and Canada 2, Rob.
Thank you very much indeed, Niamh. Yes, we're at Canada 1, a little bit back, but it's a nice little battle between the 2 Canadian boats.
Attenzione, una lotta in casa, una lotta fratricida, una lotta tra compagne di squadra, Canada 1 e Canada 2 per la terza piazza, valida per il passaggio del turno insieme a Stati Uniti e Danimarca. L'Italia purtroppo è fuori dai giochi, aveva 7 secondi ai 1500 metri, quindi Stati Uniti ancora lì davanti con Danimarca e Canada per il passaggio del turno.
Coming down to the line, USA keeping a very close watch on Denmark to their left as they head to the line. It's USA first, it's Denmark second, and it's going to be Canada 2 over in lane 2 who take 3rd spot. Canada 1 just falling short. They'll be in the B final. So it'll be USA, Denmark and Canada 2 joining Australia 1, Great Britain 1 and China 1 in the final of the women's 4. On to the first semi-final of the men's 4 with China 2 in lane 1, Germany in lane 2, Australia lane 3, Great Britain in lane 4 with Italy 2 in lane 5. In lane 6, it's France 2. A great start for Great Britain and Australia, I think, Robert.
Yes, and many pundits reckon that this was the A final because the Australian Olympic champions are right up against the Great Britain World and European champions. But approaching the halfway mark, it's Australia with a narrow lead here of about a canvas ahead of GB, and these 2 leading crews already moving clear of the rest of the field. Italy lying in 3rd place ahead of Germany, and then France and China in 5 and 6.
Si ripete la battaglia tra i 4 senza anglosassoni, quindi Australia campione olimpico in carica e all'acqua 3, Inghilterra all'acqua 4 campione europeo in carica, testa a testa su questa prima semifinale del 4 senza maschile. Abbiamo anche un equipaggio azzurro all'acqua 5 con Paolo Covini, Giovanni Codato, Davide Verità e Alessandro Bonamoneta che cercano di rimanere agganciati alla terza posizione per passare il turno, e quindi una bella prestazione per l'equipaggio azzurro in questo momento.
Australia and Great Britain matching each other stroke for stroke, both at 37 strokes a minute. They've got exactly the same boat speed, but it's the Australians just holding on there by a whisker. The last time these two crews went head-to-head was in the World Championship final last year, where Great Britain eclipsed Australia into silver, but the Aussies keen to reverse that result here on Lake Varese. All yours, Niamh.
Certainly doing a good job of it here. We're seeing across the board the Australians very strong here within the final quarter. So let's see if they put that push on now as they head up towards me here at 1500 meters. At the moment, it is Great Britain that look to be just that little bit faster now. They have just slightly gone into the lead now ahead of Australia now, who are back in second. When I say back, they are side by side. There is very little between both crews. So looking, both of them looking very smooth, very aggressive here. But Great Britain now putting a big push on. They're keeping the rate at the 37, but it's just translating into greater speed here. You can see the power they're putting in here, trying to get ahead of Australia, and it's very much working for them now as they move into the lead. Then in that third spot, which is a very important spot to be in, it is Italy too, who are comfortably in that third spot now. But Germany still not too far behind, and they are that little bit quicker in terms of boat speed. Then back in fifth we have France 2, and then over on the outside in sixth position we have China 2. But this is a super race happening at the head. It is Great Britain now pushing on, moving away from Australia and back to Italy 2 in third, Rob.
Yeah, another duel opening up between Great Britain and Australia again, as we had in the previous race, but it's Great Britain just with the edge at this stage. Australia in second, Italy 2 in third.
Guardate che bello spettacolo, se da un lato l'Australia e la Gran Bretagna tirano la corsa per la terza posizione, c'è l'Italia con gli azzurri dei laghi Paolo Covini, Giovanni Codato, Davide Verità rispettivamente da Gavirate e Monate, e Alessandro Bonamoneta che insieme volano portando l'Italia in finale nel 4 senza maschile.
No doubt about the winners here. It's Great Britain. They're even taking it easy as they cross the line, taunting the Australians, who are in second place by half a length. Italy hold on to that third spot. So it's Great Britain, Australia, and Italy too, who are through to the final of the men's 4. Second semi-final of the men's 4 sees Poland in lane 1, China 1 in lane 2. In lane 3, it's France 1, USA in lane 4, Switzerland 1 in lane 5. And in lane 6, it's Italy 1. 500 meters gone. Very difficult to separate them from where I am. Possibly the Polish crew just with the edge here, Robert.
Yes, Poland have taken an absolute flyer from the outside lane 1. That tends to be where we see the slower qualifiers from the previous rounds taking part, but they want to front load this race and hopefully stay in the advantage. With them go China 1 in the lane immediately to their right. Now, this is a bit of a turn up for the books. So the fastest qualifiers, the USA and France 1. They've just been squeezed out momentarily, but it's going on the pressure of the blade. We've got 4 crews within about half a canvas of each other up at the head of the field. Things are so close.
Seconda semifinale del 4 senza maschile, partita fortissimo, i primi 500 metri, praticamente 5 equipaggi sulla stessa linea, un pochino attardata la formazione di Italia 1 con i gemelli Marco e Luca vicino, Salvatore Monfrecola e Nunzio di Colandrea. In testa inizialmente la Polonia, ma ora a fare l'andatura è l'equipaggio americano, all'acqua 4 Stati Uniti, seguiti pari da Cina 1 e Francia 1. Ma rimane comunque molto attaccata anche la Polonia, cerca di non farsi sganciare Svizzera 1, ma qualche metro in più lo sta pagando, quindi 4 equipaggi in questo momento molto ravvicinati, con gli Stati Uniti a passare con la prua per primi sulla boa dei 1000 metri.
Well, finally this new American combination gets his nose in front, but only by a canvas ahead of France, then China, then Poland, the early leaders who are still pumping away at 40 strokes a minute. They're still in with a shout at a qualifying position, followed in 5th and 6th by Switzerland and the leading Italian boat on the grandstand side. But I don't think it's going to be Italy's day on this occasion. How do you see this race panning out, Neve?
That's a great question, Robert. At the moment, USA looking very strong in the middle of the field in lane 4 there, keeping steady with their 38 strokes a minute compared to kind of 39-40 as we're seeing in the Polish crew here. Yes, USA is still leading. It is France 1 who are in that 2nd spot, and at the moment it is China 1 in that important 3rd spot, but still Switzerland are still very much hanging in there, Poland not too far away, and Italy 1 just hanging back that ever maybe just a little bit too much at this stage of the race. They have about 600 meters to go. This is phenomenal looking out at this race across Lake Varese. It is amazing to see these athletes out here. It is still USA fastest boat out there, still hanging on with their 38 strokes per minute. They're able just to stay ahead of the next crew, which is France, still pretty comfortable in that 2nd position, and the battle is still very much on between China 1 and Switzerland for that final spot in the A final. 3 boats will be going through here. They're all very much pushing each other on. Poland falling back a little bit now. They're still keeping that rate of 41. They've actually increased up to 42 now, and Italy in that 6th position. But amazing race here. USA still out ahead of France 1, and then it is China 1 in that 3rd spot, but Switzerland very much still there.
Yes, indeed. Don't write any of them off just yet, but USA looking strong ahead of France 1 and China 1.
Ed eccoci ancora con questa marcia trionfale. Se gli Stati Uniti, protagonisti nella prima semifinale, volevano prendersi la scena, a Varese lo stanno facendo benissimo, perché gli Stati Uniti continuano a suonare la sinfonia, ma all'esterno c'è il pericolo francese che sta provando ancora una volta a rientrare sugli Stati Uniti per la 3ª piazza. La lotta è tutta tra la Svizzera e la Cina, con la Svizzera arrembante all'assalto sulla Cina.
Yeah, it's a great push here from Switzerland in lane 5. They may not have left themselves enough time to challenge China over on the other side, but who's going to take the 1st spot? It goes to the USA. They just hold off France in 2nd. I think China 1 took 3rd place, so it's USA, France and China 1. I'm just going to wait for final confirmation of that. I'm pretty sure that's correct. They will join Great Britain, Australia and Italy too. So USA in a time of 5:48.1. That's just a little bit under Great Britain's winning time in the previous semi-final. Then France in 2nd place, and People's Republic of China claiming that 3rd and last of the A final spots in the men's 4.
Peccato davvero per la Svizzera, rimasta fuori per 2 decimi di secondo, oppure se vogliamo dirla diversamente 27 centesimi, quindi promozione per Stati Uniti, Francia e Cina.
We now move on to the semi-finals of the women's singles sculls, with Japan in lane 1, Spain in lane 2. It's Germany 1 in lane 3. That's Alexandra Förster. In lane 4 for Azerbaijan, Diana Dimchenko. In lane 5, China 1, Liu Aruki. And in lane 6, China 2, Ji Hong. The Japanese sculler is Shiho Yonakawa. And for Spain, it's Virginia Diaz-Rivas. We've got a really high-quality field here, Robert.
We have indeed, but all eyes on Förster as she leads this 6-boat field through the 2nd quarter of this first AB semi of the women's singles. Förster, a former junior world champion in women's singles. She is twice been the under-23 world champion, and she is still only 21 years of age. It's a fantastic performance for such a young athlete, and here she is holding her own against athletes who are 12 and 13 years her senior. and she is cruising away here to a decisive lead ahead of the leading Chinese athlete Liu Rikru in lane 5. A new Chinese find making her international debut here on Lake Varese. So it's Germany in the lead ahead of the leading Chinese boat. Then it's the second Chinese athlete, Zhu Hong, on the grandstand side, who's holding on to third.
È la 21enne tedesca Alexandra Foster in questo momento a far l'andatura nella prima semifinale del singolo femminile, inseguita poi dalle due atlete cinesi all'acqua 5 e all'acqua 6, quindi anche in questo caso sicuramente selezione interna per capire chi dovrà fare il singolo. E all'acqua 2 abbiamo la Virginia Diaz-Rivas che ha vinto la prima prova di Coppa del Mondo e sesta agli campionati europei, che in questo momento però sta un po' soffrendo l'andatura imposta lì davanti. Ancora Germania ai 1000 metri a far l'andatura, a seguire Cina 1 all'acqua 5.
As the second half unfolds, the pressure point on the fourth-placed athletes, that's Yonakawa Shiho over on the far side representing Japan, athlete who qualified for the Olympics on her home water of the Sea Forest Waterway in Tokyo, but the quota system meant that she was unable to take her place, so that her first senior regatta was last year's World Championships, and looking to make her mark here, but she's got about 3/4 of a length to make up on the trailing Chinese athlete in third position. But it's still Förster all the way, Neve.
It is absolutely all about Fuster here. But one to watch and one I've been seeing creep up the course here now is Azerbaijan's Diana Dimchenko here. She was staying nice and steady. She was actually in sixth position for a lot of that race. But I saw her kick up there just before the 1200 meters, and she is now the fastest moving boat out there. And she has moved herself up into that fourth position. Of course, she'll have to do one better if she wants to qualify for that A final. So she's one to watch now as we come into the final 600 meters. But definitely all about Alexandra Fuster here for Germany in lane 3, still leading it out, just about ahead of Liu of China 1, who is in that second position. Third, then we have Zhu of China 2, but as I mentioned there, Diana Dimchenko there of Azerbaijan moving up. She is very much in fourth, but that speed is still there. I'm looking out my window at them. They're all looking very strong here. Alexandra here, Fuster of Germany, still out ahead, still leading it out. Liu then of China, very much comfortable, big lie back on her. Then next in that third position, it is China 2 still holding on to that third position, but just 2 meters now separating her and Dimchenko of Azerbaijan. I've come across her on the coastal rowing circuit. She was second at the World Rowing Coastal Championships last year in Wales. I know just how strong she is, and as I say that, she has now moved herself into that third position and still increasing that boat speed, which is just phenomenal. There is about 350 meters to go. Let's see if she can hold on to that power she's put in there. At the moment, though, it is Germany 1 still leading it out ahead of China 2, and now Azerbaijan very much in that third position. Rob.
Yeah, Diana Dimchenko fighting for her life to get into this A final. It'll be a terrific effort from her if she can do that and overhaul the Chinese. But Alexandra Förster of Germany in the lead.
Ancora la Germania lì davanti, una Germania che non vuole essere protagonista solo nel singolo maschile con Oliver Zeidler, che vedremo tra poco, ma anche nel singolo femminile. Guardate l'assalto per la tedesca che cerca di allungare sulla Cina per la terza posizione. Diana Dimchenko cerca di annaspare disperatamente andando a lanciare il sorpasso sulla Cina, quindi in quest'ultima frazione Germania-Cina con l'Azerbaijan per le prime 3 piazze.
This is a really thrilling finish, and there's a huge push being made by China 1, Liu, and I think she's going to take it. She's going to take this from Alexandra Förster, who takes second place. Where does that third spot go? I think that Dimchenko of Azerbaijan has just qualified for the A final, but what a finish from Liu of China. Let's get the official results here. It's Liu of China in first, Foster of Germany in second, and now we wait for that all-important third place confirmation. Who is the third boat to go through to the A final? I had it as Diana Dinchenko of Azerbaijan, and that has just been confirmed. What a race. Liu of China, Foster of Germany, Dinchenko of Azerbaijan through to the final of the women's single sculls. So, who will join those three crews in the A final from this second semi-final with Poland in lane 1, Netherlands in lane 2, we've got Australia 1 in lane 3, Great Britain in lane 4, USA in 5, and the Czech Republic in 6. Can you spot a leader as they come up alongside you, Robert?
I can indeed, and it's Caracola for the USA, leading by about half a length ahead of Tara Rigney, the Australian athlete, then Anna Santrutskova of the Czech Republic, followed by Kyra Edwards for Great Britain, then Nika Vos for the Netherlands, and Marta Wilicko of Poland. Caracola trying to extend her lead now as the second half kicks in. Tara Rigney, last year's world bronze medalist, though, looking strong for that second place.
Seconda semifinale per il singolo femminile, ha già transitato sulla boa dei 1000 metri, è passata in prima posizione Cara Kohler, Stati Uniti, nona ai Giochi Olimpici nel singolo, quindi una specialista. La sta tallonando Tara Rigney, terza ai mondiali lo scorso anno nel singolo per l'Australia e settima ai Giochi Olimpici in doppio, quindi comunque un'avversaria di tutto rispetto. Ormai sono quasi 500 metri al traguardo, c'è anche Repubblica Ceca con Anna Santrukova a tentare l'aggancio per il secondo posto. Queste le prime posizioni.
It's the USA all the way into the third quarter, but Santrutskova looking to try and bring down Rigney here after about 1,200 meters, Niamh.
Yes, it is definitely all about Cara Kohler here of USA, leading it out here ahead of just about, it is Anna Santrukova there of Czech Republic in that second position. She's just holding off Tara Rigney of Australia, who is in that third position as it stands now. Then back in fourth, just a little bit back, we have Netherlands, back to Great Britain, and then Poland in that sixth position. But out ahead it is Cara Kohler of USA, looking incredibly strong here in the second semi-final of the women's single sculls. Then I think opening it up a little bit, it is Anna Santrukova there of Czech Republic in that second position. But Tara Rigney of Australia is matching her speed. Her rate is that tiny little bit higher here. So let's see if she'll put on a push here into the last 400 meters of this race. But at the moment, the battle between those first three means they have moved away from fourth, fifth and sixth position. So as it stands, USA still leading it out. We're seeing a big push here by Czech Republic, speed very much increasing here, and Tara Rigney of Australia then back in third, Rob.
Thank you very much. Yes, Kohler is looking very strong, isn't she, for the USA? But who is going to join her if she's to cross the line in first place, qualify for that A final here in the women's single sculls? Tara Rigney apparently currently in third place behind Santrutskova of the Czech Republic in second.
Ancora l'assalto deciso, ancora una volta la voglia di mettere in vetrina tutte le proprie qualità. E questa la storia degli Stati Uniti d'America con Cara Kohler, che sta ancora una volta dimostrando di poter essere la grande regina di specialità davanti al bronzo mondiale. L'atleta australiana classe 1999, allenata da Ellen Randall, la sorella del capo allenatore della nazionale femminile della Gran Bretagna. Così abbiamo fatto anche un po' di gossip internazionale. Ed eccoci quindi in chiusura con gli Stati Uniti, poi l'Australia per la prima e seconda piazza.
Well, Kohler is going to hang on to this first spot. She's powering down to the line. She's being pushed all the way by Tara Rigney of Australia, who comes home in second. And it's the Czech Republic's Santrutskova in third. So it is USA's Kohler, Rigney of Australia Sandruskova of the Czech Republic in third. They will join China 1, Liu, Germany 1, Alexander Fuster, and Azerbaijan's Diana Dimchenko in the final of the women's single sculls. The men's single sculls already a long way down the course in this first semi-final for them, with Brazil in lane 1, Netherlands in 2, Denmark lane 3. In lane 4, France 1, Monaco in lane 5, France 2 in lane 6. These are the two Onfroy brothers from France, Robert.
Yes, but it's Sverre Nielsen of Denmark leading all the way here. Mr. Medal at the Europeans, and we're looking to the showdown with Ollie Zeidler that is surely going to come his way in tomorrow's final. But he's got clear water ahead of the Onfroy brothers, with Théophile beating his younger brother Valentin to second place here. That'll be a great final with two brothers taking part. In fourth place, very little to choose, but it looks to be the Dutch sculler Wiebert Rustenburg from the Netherlands, just marginally ahead of Vertine of Brazil.
Passa veloce a metà percorso anche la prima semifinale del singolo maschile, condotta con un buon margine dal danese Sverre Nielsen, che ha 36 colpi ma molto sciolto da vedere, mantiene il comando di questa prima semifinale. Ci sono i due fratelli francesi Humphrey che cercano di accaparrarsi le altre due posizioni utili per l'accesso alla finale. Acqua 4 in seconda posizione, in questo momento per la terza posizione Francia 2 all'acqua 6.
Well, Nielsen increasing his lead here, and in fact the field getting more and more spread out, and the family battle between the Onfroy brothers continues to go Théophile's way as he extends his lead over his younger brother. And Niamh, I don't see this battle order changing here.
I don't think so at the moment. And interestingly, the sculler from Brazil, Lucas Verhen Ferreira, there in lane 1, had been putting on a bit of a push there, is one of the faster boats out there. So let's see if he can beat down the lead that Valentin Onfroy of France has over him at the moment. At this stage of the race, they are passing me here at 1,500 metres, and it is the sculler from Denmark, Sverre Nielsen, here, very much in control, looking back at all his fellow competitors here at the moment. In that second place, looking very safe as well at the moment, it is Théophile Onfroy of France, 1 as well, looking quite comfortable in that position, and then his brother Valentin there putting on a push to try and make sure he stays in that very important third spot to gain a qualifying spot into Final A tomorrow. But as it stands here, Théophile Onfroy putting on a big push now, fastest boat out there. He is definitely trying to come for Denmark here. His rate has gone up to 40. His speed has increased, so he is now one of the fastest moving boats out there alongside Brazil and his brother here. So let's see if Sverre Nielsen can hang on to the lead. There is about 200 meters to go, so probably not enough water to make a big impression here, but great race between Denmark leading it out, France 1 in second, and at the moment it is France 2, but Brazil very much still coming for him.
Yes, Lucas Vertine Ferreira, the Brazilian sculler, is really making a challenge for that third spot, but still Sverre Nielsen of Denmark out in front.
Bellissimo vedere come il Brasile ci creda, ci metta il cuore, sta cercando di andare a prendere uno dei due pass dei fratelli francesi, ed ecco che in chiusura ci si gioca il passaggio del turno con Danimarca, Francia e l'assalto del Brasile sempre più incisivo.
Here we come. This is going to be one heck of a finish to decide these three boats. It is Nielsen of Denmark who crosses in first place. Second place goes to Théophile Onfroy, and I think brother Valentin Onfroy in France too has just taken third place ahead of the Brazilian. What a race though. So I wonder what will be going on in the Onfroy home tonight ahead of the final tomorrow. So it's Denmark and France 1 and France 2 through to the final of the men's single sculls. Second semi-final is already underway, approaching the 800-meter mark, with Poland 1 in lane 1, Italy 1 in lane 2, Japan in lane 3, with Germany 1 in lane 4. It's Belgium 1 in lane 5. That's Tim Brees, with Hungary in lane 6, Peter Molnar Bendeguz. So, Robert, what can you tell us here as they're around the 800-meter mark?
Well, no surprises to anybody who knows anything about our wonderful sport of rowing, because Olli Zeidler, the world champion from Germany, is leading this semi-final by a clear margin ahead of the rest of the field. Determined to eke his place in the A final, where his showdown with Sverre Nielsen is one of the most keenly anticipated races at this regatta. Behind him, the best of the rest, Arakawa Ryuta of Japan is leading by a whisker in second position. Back in third, well, I think that's Tim Brees, the Belgian, on the grandstand side in lane 5. Just up on Piotr Plominski of Poland. Davide Mumulo of Italy is fifth, with Peter Molnar Bendeguz of Hungary in sixth position.
Come era prevedibile, in questa seconda semifinale del singolo maschile il campione del mondo in carica Oliver Zeidler a fare abbondantemente l'andatura. A seguirlo ci prova Ryuta Arakawa, l'atleta giapponese. Quindi per il terzo posto Tim Brees del Belgio. Abbiamo anche il nostro Davide Mumolo, atleta che dopo alcuni anni in 8 nell'avvocata di punta è tornato a concentrarsi sull'avvocata di coppia nel singolo, settimo ai campionati europei a Bled alcune settimane fa. Sta provando a mantenere il contatto, proverà, speriamo, a chiudere con un serrate poderoso per cercare magari di entrare sul Belgio all'acqua 5 per il terzo posto utile all'accesso alla finale.
Well, the form book very much running true, because the fastest qualifiers from the previous rounds are making all the running here in this AB semi. Still Zeidler leading the way for Germany, ahead of Brees of Belgium and Arakawa for Japan.
Yeah, big difference now between all crews here. Olli Zeidler there just opening up a huge lead here now. Across the rest of the field, he's just approaching 1,400 meters here now. In that second place, it is Japan, who are just ahead of Tim Brees there of Belgium at the moment. Then back in your fourth position, it is a great battle out in lanes 1 and 2 between Poland and Italy. Very little separating both of those crews. And then in that sixth position, it is Peter Molnar of Hungary. But Olli Zeidler there just passing me out the window of the 1,500 meter hut, looking incredibly in control of this race. Then in that second position, it is Arakawa of Japan as well, looking nice and strong, putting on a big strong finish here, just trying to propel his boat as far as he can ahead of Tim Brees of Belgium there in that third spot. So three of these all going well will be going into that final A. Then back a little bit, it is the Italian sculler Mumulo, who's moved into that fourth position ahead of Plominski of Poland. And then in that sixth position, we have Hungary. So I know he's not too far away from you, Rob. It is all about Zeidler here, and great race then for that second and third spots.
Yes, Zeidler has led all the way, hasn't he? Been out in front, and Arakawa of Japan holding on to second spot ahead of Tim Brees of Belgium in third.
Quando passi ai 1000 metri a 3,14 vuol dire che in singolo davvero voli, e lo fa benissimo il campione del mondo in carica Oliver Zeidler, che continua a far grande la Germania cercando ancora di volare via, ma la vera battaglia, la vera scena è per il terzo posto, con Davide Mumolo che sembra un cavallo matto dalla torre d'arrivo. Sta viaggiando a oltre 40 colpi al minuto, siamo a 44, 45, picchia forte per passare dal quarto al terzo posto, regalando una gioia incredibile alla schiranna. L'Italia è tutta in piedi in tribuna.
The excitement up here from Luca might tell you that the Italian athlete is really challenging here, but Zeidler is the man who crosses the line in first place. Second place, there's a real battle here. It's going to go to the athlete from Japan, and I think the Italian has just taken the third qualification spot out there in lane 2. That's Davide Mumulo. What a finish from him, if that indeed is correct. I'm going to wait for confirmation, but it's Oliver Zeidler of Germany in first, Ryuta Arakawa of Japan in second. Just awaiting confirmation. It's gone to Tim Brees of Belgium. I beg your pardon. Tim Brees has just taken that third spot from lane 5. Mumulo, a fraction of a second, 200ths of a second behind. So it is Germany, Japan, Belgium, the 1, 2, 3 to join Denmark, France 1 and France 2 in the final.
Sul traguardo quindi abbiamo la conferma, peccato davvero per il nostro azzurro, la vittoria è andata alla Germania, seconda piazza al Giappone, terzo il Belgio per 2 centesimi di secondo, quarta l'Italia.
So what excitement will we get from the lightweight women's double sculls semi-final 1 with China 2 in lane 1, Poland in lane 2. In lane 3 it's Great Britain with France alongside them in lane 4. In lane 5 it's China 1, USA 2 in lane 6. They're just coming up to you at 1,000 meters. Looks like a nice battle between the British and the French.
Absolutely. Emily Craig and Imogen Grant for Great Britain are the world and European champions, and the French haven't beaten them since the Olympic final in Tokyo, but it's France and GB absolutely level for first position as they move through the halfway mark. Close behind in third, it's China, just up on Burson and Jones for the USA, and trailing the field, Sobotinska and Kalinowska for Poland, followed by the second Chinese boat.
3 o 4 metri dividono le prime 3 posizioni, con Gran Bretagna, campione del mondo e campione europeo, in carica a far l'andatura sulla Francia, vice campione olimpico, in carica, e ravvicinatissima a 3 metri circa la Cina 1. Poi un po' di luce, quindi questi 3 equipaggi che stanno cercando di accaparrarsi l'accesso alla finale con una bella gara.
Great Britain get their bow ball in front for the first time in this first AB semi of the lightweight women's doubles. The world and European champions are back on top now. There was no noticeable change in their rate, or was there? No, they just kicked in now, gone up to 37 against the French at 35. That's been matched by an increased boat speed, seeking to extend that margin as they extend down the third quarter, Neve.
Yes, they're very much extending here now with 600 meters to go. Let's see if they went a little bit too soon, because there's still a bit to go in this race. But at the moment, it is Great Britain who are leading out. They're holding on to that higher stroke rate, 37 strokes a minute, but they are that fastest moving boat out on the water at the moment, and opening up that margin that they are holding now as they pass me at 1500s, looking very strong, but very much still with them. It is the crew from France in that second position at the moment, just slightly slower in their rate, but keeping that speed up. Then in that third position, it is China 1 in lane 5. They're up around the 37 as well, so all of them up between kind of 36, 38 strokes a minute. But look at the speed that Great Britain have picked up here as they head down into their final 400 meters of this race. Again, just opening up the lead that they have over France, with China 1 in that very important third spot. Then back and forth we have USA 2 in lane 6 closest to us, followed in by Poland in 5th position and China 2 in that 6th position, Rob.
Thank you very much. Great Britain looking very good indeed here, with France really putting them under a great deal of pressure. Just behind them is People's Republic of China 1.
Ancora un bellissimo margine di vantaggio per la Gran Bretagna, capace di costruire una seconda parte di gara ancora più forte della prima, ancora più forte della Francia, che è sicuramente ulteriormente cresciuta dopo la medaglia d'argento conquistata ai Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo, alle spalle delle nostre azzurre. Per la terza posizione c'è la Cina, oramai una semifinale scritta con Gran Bretagna, Francia e Cina per le prime 3 piazze.
I don't think those positions are going to change, although France might try and have a say on that as they close the gap on Great Britain. Great Britain react, though, straight away. They increase their rate as they head down to the finish line. Still the pressure comes from France. It's Great Britain who win this race by a length ahead of France. Third place is China 1. So it's Great Britain, France, China 1 through to the final of the lightweight women's double sculls. Second semi-final is underway in the lightweight women's double sculls with Switzerland 2 in lane 1, Australia in lane 2, USA 1 in lane 3, in lane 4 Canada, lane 5 Italy, lane 6 is Germany. And now, Robert, who's leading this one?
Well, it's the Americans just by a whisker ahead of Canada. Those are the two crews in the favoured centre lanes. Then back in third position, it's Crosio and Cesarini for Italy. Those three appear to be having the qualifying slots at the moment, but they're being pressed hard by Annika Reardon and Lucy Coleman for Australia.
Seconda semifinale per il doppio leggero femminile. L'equipaggio degli Stati Uniti 1, vice campione del mondo in carica a fare l'andatura con mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio sull'equipaggio canadese all'acqua 4, ma è bello vedere l'equipaggio azzurro composto da Silvia Crosi e Federica Cesarini lì all'acqua 5 per la terza posizione, formazione invertita rispetto al settimo posto di Bled dei campionati europei. Si sta cercando un ritmo un po' più elevato e abbiamo Valentina Rodini, l'altra campionessa olimpica, temporaneamente ai box, ma Silvia Crosio, campionessa del mondo e campionessa europea dello scorso anno in 4 di coppia leggero, sta cercando di dare il suo contributo per mantenere alto il livello di questo doppio, ricordiamolo, campione olimpico in carica per l'Italia.
The position's unchanged. Well, Rossano has been bringing you the news in Italian. It's still Michelle Sexer and Molly Reckford, last year's silver medalists from the USA, with an established lead ahead of Jill Moffitt and Jennifer Casson for Canada. Crosio and Cesarini still hanging on to third place by about a boat length ahead of Reardon and Coleman. So the pressure point very much on fourth placed Australia, Niamh.
Yeah, positions very much changing here as they come down the course. USA 1 looking very strong in that lane 3, maintaining good boat speed, maintaining good stroke rate. Let's see if they start to kick up a little bit here now with about 700 metres left to go in this race. Canada very much within touching distance of them, just a little bit slower here in their boat speed. And then in that third spot, it is Italy. The three of these boats battling it out and opening it up again. We're seeing it across the morning where the top threes are, the fight that's happening between the top few boats is really pushing them on away from the back of the field. So back in that fourth position at the moment, it is Australia. Then we have Switzerland 2 in that fifth position and Germany in 6th. So they're just approaching 1,500 metres now. It is USA 1 very much in control. Having a quick look to see where the rest of the crews are. They're in a great position to maintain. All they have to do is maintain where they are, and they'll be very safe through to that A final. Very much the fastest moving boat out there now, as well as they head to 400 metres to go. Canada now still very much staying in control of that second position spot here, and then Italy in that third qualifying spot at the moment. I think these three crews just have enough done to kind of keep away from the final three boats. So it is Australia in that fourth position, Switzerland 2 still in 5th, and Germany in 6th. So with about 250 metres to go, I don't think there'll be any catching this USA 1 crew, followed in by Canada and Australia. Rob.
Thank you very much indeed. I think Australia just outside those three spots now, with Italy taking up that third slot. But USA, Canada, Italy looking good for the A final.
Davvero sono bellissime anche da guardare, lo raccontavano poco fa, con Stati Uniti lì davanti, Canada, poi l'Italia con Federica Cesarini e la sua nuova compagna Silvia Crosio da Torino, insieme a costruire la coppia azzurra che guarda al domani. Grande responsabilità sulle spalle, ma voglia assolutamente di continuare a migliorare, ed ecco quindi gli Stati Uniti là davanti con il Canada secondo, poi c'è l'Italia. A lei Federica, che davanti agli occhi di casa, lei che è cresciuta sul lago di Varese, continua a regalare una gioia indelebile a tutto il pubblico della Schiranna.
Sexer and Reckford in USA 1 just easing their way down to the line as if they're on just a day out, but a bit of a different story further back. There is a real push for the line there in lane 4 from Canada to assure their qualification in second place, with Italy coming home in third. So USA, Canada and Italy will join France and China China 1, and along with Great Britain, who set a new World Cup best and new world's best time, smashing the previous world best by almost a second set in the Tokyo Games. So Great Britain setting a new world best time in that previous semi-final. Great Britain, France and China won, USA won, Canada and Italy through to the final of the lightweight women's double sculls. We now have the first semi-final of the lightweight men's double sculls with USA 2, China 1, Italy, USA 1, and China 2 through 800 meters. Looking pretty good for the Italians, I think, Robert.
Very much so, yes. The Italians vying it out with China in the centre lanes, 3 and 4. They were the fastest qualifiers, but Stefano Oppo and Gabriel Soares, they've got a string of world medals between them, and I'm sure Rossano is looking very much to bringing you up to date with this one.
Interessante anche questa prima semifinale del doppio peso leggero maschile. Abbiamo 2 equipaggi cinesi e 2 equipaggi americani in confronto con l'equipaggio azzurro che in questo momento cerca di fare da battistrada, appaiato a Cina 1 in acqua 3, quindi Stefano Oppo e Gabriel Soares, splendidi vice campioni europei in carica, stanno cercando di portare avanti la propria prua per sganciare il confronto interno che c'è fra Cina 1 e Cina 2. Tra l'altro curioso è il fatto che Cina 1 abbia 2 atleti del 95 e Cina 2 2 atleti del 2001, e poi anche gli Stati Uniti hanno 2 equipaggi che probabilmente sono in selezione interna.
Italy and China, they got the same boat speed, but the Italians with the higher rate, I've got them at 39, China at 37, and the Italians desperately trying to get their nose in front, but the Chinese not letting them off the hook. But what this little tussle has done is to draw them further and further away from the third-placed second Chinese boat. So once again, the pressure point very much on the fourth-placed crew. That's the USA over on the far side. Come on then, Neve, who's your money on, China or Italy?
Oh, I'm going to go for Italy because I can hear the crowds below starting to shout for them. And just as I say that, Italy have just slightly moved into the lead now as they come up towards 1,500 metres here now. But it is going bow ball for bow ball here. Very, I'd say it's too early to call right now, but Italy looking very strong here. But then in that third position at the moment, it is that China 2 crew as well, looking very smooth in control. USA 1 did look like they were putting a push on there just before the 1,400 metre mark. They had increased their speed. It has come back down, so they're all matching speed here now at the moment. But it is the Italians who have done a little bit of a burst here. They've increased their speed, trying to make sure they get to that finish line ahead of China 1. But there's absolutely nothing between them here now as they head to about 300 meters to go. I'm afraid to call it at the moment, but as I say and as I hand over to Rob, it is Italy just ahead of China 1, just ahead of China 2.
Never be afraid, Neve. It's worth going for. I think your bet's a good one. Let's just see, though. Italy going well. I wonder what my colleague alongside me thinks, Luca.
Well, again, let's see what's going on, of course, on the water. Abbiamo in chiusura l'Italia che cerca di andare ad arrembare, ma attenzione perché in quest'ultima parte cerca in tutti i modi di rinvenire pericolosamente sia la Cina da un lato che ancora l'assalto degli Stati Uniti d'America. Ma esiste un proverbio in Italia: tra i due litiganti è il terzo a godere. E allora gli azzurri sembrano davvero voler brillare con l'assalto decisivo. Ale Gabriel, vai Stefano in chiusura.
There's a huge push from USA 2 trying to get that third place over on the far side, but Italy take it first ahead of China 1 in second, and I think China 2 have taken the third spot. What a fabulous race, all the way down to the course, all the way through the line. Italy take it ahead of China 1, and let's just confirm that that third spot has indeed gone to China 2. Neve, your bet was good. Well done, you. On to our second semi-final then in the lightweight men's double sculls, with Japan in lane 1, Australia in lane 2, Belgium 1 in lane 3. We've got the European champion Switzerland in lane 4, with France in 5 and Germany in lane 6. Little to separate them here. Maybe France with the slight edge, Robert. What do you think?
Yes, these are so close, and that's a feature of lightweight men's and women's double sculls, as we've seen right the way through the program and right the way through the history of these events as part of the international scene. And like many other people in rowing, I'm going to be very disappointed to see them disappear off the rowing program, the Olympic program, after next year's Paris Games. But that's all for the future. Right in the here and now, it's Hugo Bury and Ferdinand Ludwig from France leading this race by a whisker ahead of the European champions Jan Schäuble and Rafael Arhumada, Ireland, for in the lane alongside. That's the 1-2. Very tight indeed for third place between Australia and Belgium.
Tiratissima anche questa seconda semifinale del doppio leggero maschile, dove la Francia è partita subito fortissimo per cercare di mettere un po' di vantaggio, ma i distacchi sono veramente risicati. In questo momento appaiati in seconda posizione Germania con il capovoga vice campione olimpico in carica, e Svizzera in corsia 4 campione europeo in carica. Dentro in barca la Francia che cerca di mantenere la sua prua davanti, prova a non farsi sganciare l'Australia, anche se paga qualche metro di svantaggio in questo momento, quando abbiamo superato di 200 metri la boa dei 1000.
Bury and Ludwig lead the way home for France ahead of Schäuble and Arhumada, Ireland for Switzerland. My apologies, I'd completely overlooked the German boat Lehrkamp and Rommelmann putting on a strong push here for third and drawing further clear ahead of fourth placed Australia, Niamh.
Just hanging on to that first position, but Switzerland have been increasing their speed, I've seen, over the last 200 metres or so here. They have it down to just 1 metre between themselves and France. They are the fastest moving boat out there, so they're just approaching about 1,400 metres here, and indeed it is Switzerland who have just moved into the lead ever so slightly ahead of France now in that second position, ahead of Germany in third. Amazing race happening here on the course. Then back in that fourth position, it is currently Australia who are ahead of Belgium 1 in that fifth position and Japan in sixth. But great race here. It is Switzerland having just edged out ahead of France, but France very much staying with them here. We're seeing rates quite similar. They're both up at around 38 strokes per minute, and Switzerland are making another burst for it, not in their rate but purely in their power, which is going into their boat speed here. So they're just trying to edge away here now from France and Germany, but France very much responding with every push that Switzerland makes. So as they head down to about 300 meters to go, it is Switzerland still holding that rate, still holding that speed, ahead of France in second and Germany in third.
Not sure that's going to change much. Well, maybe Switzerland-France is the battle there, isn't it? But I think maybe that's definitely the 1-2-3 coming into the closing stages.
E in queste ultime battute ci si gioca il tutto e per tutto. Riusciranno i campioni europei in carica a confermarsi i migliori in assoluto, oppure all'interno riuscirà il colpo segreto della Francia, che sta cercando di assaltare la coppia svizzera, una Svizzera straordinaria. Nel mezzo annaspano l'Australia da un lato e dall'altro la Germania, che cercano di sgranocchiare la terza posizione. La Francia è più incisiva nell'ultima frazione, quindi Francia, Svizzera, poi Germania.
There is something of a push coming here in lane 6 from Germany, but coming down to line 2, take first spot, it is France ahead of Switzerland in second, and I think the third spot is going to go to the German crew here in lane 6. Well, there's a terrific finish in that race there. So it'll be France, Switzerland and Germany, along with Italy, China 1 and China 2 in the final of the lightweight men's double sculls. So that's it for a series of thrilling semi-finals here on day 2 of World Rowing Cup 2 in Varese. So we now move back to the repechage with a couple of repechages to come now in the women's quadruple sculls. The first one already well underway with Norway in lane 1, Canada in lane 2, Switzerland in lane 3, France in lane 4, and in lane 5 we have China 2. So 750 metres gone. Switzerland look like they've just got the edge on this one, Robert.
Yes, that's correct. Switzerland, unchanged from the crew that contested last year's World Championships, finished in the A final, and they've just got the edge over the French crew, who finished 3 places behind Switzerland in the Europeans 3 weeks ago. So that's the pedigree of these 2 leading lineups. Now the best of the rest, well, that looks to be China 2 on the grandstand side, the new combination from that particular nation ahead of Canada and Norway.
Primo recupero per il 4 di coppia femminile, 2 posti disponibili per accedere alla finale A. A far l'andatura l'equipaggio svizzero all'acqua 3, sesto ai recenti campionati europei. Lo tallona dentro a 3/4 di imbarcazione l'equipaggio francese all'acqua 4, poi Cina 2 all'acqua 5, Canada all'acqua 2, un pochino più attardata la Norvegia all'acqua 1.
Well, Switzerland and France making all the running here with the 2 qualifying slots in this first rep of the women's quadruple sculls. And so the Canada and China 2, they were neck and neck as they went past the intermediate timing point here at the 1,000 metre mark. But both of those crews with about 2/3 of a length to make up if they're going to squeeze in and take one of those qualifying slots. Switzerland and France, then, Niamh, taking the running at the moment.
Yeah, and just as they pass the 1,200 metre mark now, I can see Canada putting in a bit of a push there, but China are responding as well. So very much still very even between both of those crews. But out ahead, Switzerland, no doubt about it, leading it out ahead of France. They're your 1 and 2 at the moment. Of course, there's 2 of these boats going in to the A final. So very important that they stay out ahead here now as they come up towards 1,400 metres. Switzerland very much the fastest moving boat out here, just trying to open up an even greater lead ahead of France. And then it is Canada now who has moved in to that 3rd spot, trying to keep that speed up. They're rating around that 37 strokes per minute there. So let's see if they can close the gap between themselves and France now in the final 500 metres of the race. But Switzerland just passing me here now, looking very much in control. France still within touching distance of them, and then great race happening here between Canada, who are still just ahead of China too, and then back in that 5th position Norway, not too far at all behind them. All crews now up at around 1,600 metres to go. But Switzerland very much still in control, still the fastest boat out there. France now putting on a bit of a push just to make sure that they can keep the Canadians away from them. And I think they are doing enough now just to stay enough ahead to get into that final qualifying spot into the A final. So with about 250 to go, it is Switzerland still leading it out ahead of France.
Yeah, these 2 crews look good, don't they, for the final. Canada probably just going to miss out. It looks like it'll be a B final for them, along with China 2 and Norway.
E ancora in chiusura questo 4 di coppia femminile per il recupero. Solo le prime 2 piazze garantiranno la promozione. La Svizzera ancora una volta in scena, un gran finale. La scuola della direzione tecnica capitanata da Imran ancora una volta continua a far la differenza. Guardate la Svizzera, un salto in avanti, un vero cambio di passo dopo i Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo. Quindi Svizzera la vittoria, poi tutti gli altri.
Canada still going for it, but they're just leaving it too late. It's going to be Switzerland as the cowbells ring them home. They cross the line a length and a quarter ahead of France in 2nd. So it's Switzerland and France through to the A final of the women's quad sculls. Canada, People's Republic of China 2, and Norway will contest tomorrow's B final. On to the second of these repechage in the women's quad sculls. 4 crews contesting 2 A-final spots between Australia, USA, Germany and Italy. They're at 600 meters, and again, it's a terrific contest here, Robert.
Yes, and at this relatively early stage, it's Germany leading Italy, so reversing the position in which they finished 3 weeks ago in Bled, where Italy were 4th overall in the European Championships, ahead of 5th place for Germany. So the rivalry continues here on Lake Varese, and in fact, Rossano will be keen to tell you that the Italians are closing the gap, and that means they're drawing further away from Australia and the USA.
Sicuramente un recupero non facilissimo sulla carta questo, che vede anche le nostre azzurre con Valentina Isepi, Laura Meriano, Veronica Lisi e Stefania Gobbi giocarsi il passaggio alla finale. Si trovano di fianco la Germania che le ha seguite sul traguardo dei campionati europei per 17 centesimi, quindi una battaglia molto alla pari, e a completare Stati Uniti e Australia. In questo momento è la nostra equipaggio azzurro a fare l'andatura quando siamo in prossimità della linea dei 1000 metri, tallonata da strettissimo giro dall'equipaggio tedesco, ma sono Gobbi, Lisi, Meriano, Iseppi a fare l'andatura in questo momento, un paio di metri di vantaggio per loro. La Germania all'acqua 3, ripeto, quinta ai campionati europei e quinta anche ai giochi olimpici subito dopo le azzurre, quarte sia agli europei che ai giochi olimpici, sono lì attaccate e cercano di conservare la seconda posizione per accedere alla finale.
Well, Italy may be leading Germany at the halfway mark, but let me tell you, everyone, the margins are so close. Just 3/4 of a length separating all 4 quads as they cross the intermediate timing signal at 1,000 meters. And let's not write off the Australians over on the far side, unchanged from the lineup that took the bronze medal at the Tokyo Olympics 2 years ago. But it is still Italy making all the running ahead of Germany, Niamh.
This is a beautiful sight here, seeing all 4 quads coming down Lake Varese pretty much side by side. And at the moment, USA are in that 3rd position, but they are the fastest moving boat out there, and I can see them moving up through the field. At the moment, it is still Italy holding on to that first spot, followed by Germany, but USA are certainly making a move here with about 600 meters to go in this race. Now, Germany are responding here to them. They've matched their boat speed, so they're holding them off about 4 meters, separating 2 of these boats. They're matching each other in their stroke rate as well. What a sight it is here to see all 4 boats very close to each other. Italy still holding off Germany just about. Germany closing in the gap ever so slightly, as are USA. So USA now have also increased the speed. They have it down to 3 meters now between themselves and Germany. They are very much looking for a spot in that A final, and with just less than 400 meters to go, it is very much anyone's game between Italy, Germany and USA. USA and Germany still increasing that speed there, increasing that rate, and there's still enough water here for anything to happen, Rob.
This is really thrilling, isn't it? What an amazing race. But now probably 3 seconds separating first from fourth, but looking great for Italy and Germany. USA still in with a challenge.
Ed ecco che in chiusura davvero si suona la sinfonia, chissà se le azzurre, Valentina Iseppi, Laura Meriano, Veronica Lisi e Stefania Gobbi, la nostra capovoga classe 1995, riusciranno a battere i colossi della Germania all'esterno, che prova ancora a rinvenire. Le nostre azzurre cercano davvero di andare a incrementare in quest'ultima parte di gara. Va ancora ad accorciare la palata. Valentina Iseppi probabilmente vuole farla sentire leggera, ma sul traguardo non cambia più nulla. I colori della Germania si volano verso la vittoria, e sul traguardo è la Germania a vincere davanti all'Italia per una pallina. Al terzo posto gli Stati Uniti d'America.
Yes, Germany just take it ahead of Italy, but both those crews are through to the A final. USA just outside in third place. They, along with Australia, will contest the B final, but Germany and Italy will join China 1, Great Britain, Switzerland and France in the final of the women's quadruple sculls. So on to the repechage for the men's quad sculls with China 1 in lane 1, Switzerland in 2, Canada lane 3, Germany lane 4, China in lane 2. Just 2 A final spots up for grabs here to join Great Britain, Italy, Poland and Australia. Let's join Robert with the crews at 800 metres.
Thanks very much, Rob. Yes, it's Germany making all the running here in lane 4, just a whisker or so ahead of Switzerland. So those are the two qualifying positions at the moment. In third position, well, that's the leading Chinese boat on the grandstand side in lane 5, then followed by Canada and the second Chinese boat. But let me tell you, the margins are just so close. Germany unchanged from the lineup that finished in 8th overall at the Europeans. They'll have been disappointed with that, but here they are charging ahead and looking to gain a place in the A final, half a length up on Switzerland, who in turn have a canvas on Canada, then followed by the two Chinese boats.
Unico recupero per il 4 di coppia maschile, la Germania sta conducendo con 3/4 di imbarcazione di vantaggio, cerca di tenersi fuori dalla mischia perché dietro c'è grande battaglia per gli unici 2 posti disponibili per l'accesso alla finale. La Svizzera incrementa i colpi per cercare di non far rientrare il Canada eppure la Cina 2, ma è il Canada che in questo momento sta insidiando la Svizzera per il secondo posto, punta a punta per loro. Continua la Germania a mantenere almeno un'imbarcazione di vantaggio.
Canada trying so hard to come back on terms with Switzerland, but Switzerland at the higher rate are holding them off just, but the margin between those two is narrowing stroke by stroke. No doubt about the leaders though. Germany absolutely powering away at the head of the field, and still that private battle for that crucial second place continues between Switzerland and Canada, Neve.
I wouldn't write off China yet either over in lane 1. They've actually been increasing their boat speed over the last 100, 200 metres or so, and they are very much closing the gap now as well. So at the moment, as they pass 1,500 metres here, very much Germany in the lead here. At the moment, it is Canada just hanging on to that second, but China now have moved into that third spot ahead of Switzerland just about now. Switzerland are responding now, trying to put on a push. They're up to 42 strokes per minute, increasing their boat speed, but China very much now looking for that second qualifying spot. We've seen those crews from the People's Republic of China looking very strong, particularly in those last quarter of the races. So they have massively upped their speed there now. They've upped their rate to 41 to try and get into that second position, but Switzerland are responding. They're up at 43. Their speed has increased. This is absolutely anybody's race. 200 metres to go. Germany, I think, are going to hang in there, but China, Switzerland, I'm not sure who's going to get it.
No, it's a too close to call from here as well. What a finish we've got here for the last of our repechage this morning.
Un arrivo straordinario, un arrivo che ancora una volta strizza l'occhio alla Germania, che cerca di frullare via davanti a tutti gli altri. Vedete 5 formazioni sulla stessa linea, solo 2 passano il turno, e insieme alla Germania, se dovessi azzardare tenendo il rischio assoluto, punterei tutto sulla Svizzera.
This is going to be really tight to call. Let's have a look as they come down to the line. I think Germany are just going to take it, and I think Canada... hang on a little minute here. No, I think it was Switzerland. I think Switzerland came back to take it from the Chinese boat in lane 2. It's all getting rather emotional here up in the tower. Let's confirm that one. Germany in first place, Switzerland in second. Those are the two crews through to the A final, and they will join Great Britain, Italy, Poland and Australia in the final of the men's quadruple sculls. Well, what a morning's racing we've had. We started over 4 hours ago. It has absolutely flown by. The standard, the quality of the racing out on the water has been absolutely phenomenal, and it's kept our interest levels absolutely peaked throughout. So thanks to all the crews here for their phenomenal participation. So we've got a short break now. We'll be back to get underway again at around, well, at exactly 3 o'clock local time, when we'll have the B finals of the lightweight women's and the lightweight men's single sculls. That's at 3 o'clock local time, currently coming up to just gone 20 to 2 local time here in Italy. So an hour and 20 minutes away, we'll be back with these B finals in the lightweights.
Con questo recupero abbiamo completato la nostra lunga mattinata di competizioni. Una mattinata storica, ricca di emozioni, che ci ricorderemo perché è andata a selezionare tutti gli equipaggi che daranno vita alle finalissime olimpiche in programma domani. Il programma della nostra seconda Coppa del Mondo, la Schiranna di Varese, però non finisce qui questo pomeriggio. A partire dalle ore 15 saremo nuovamente insieme per seguire le finali delle specialità non olimpiche. Inizieremo con le finali B per poi dare spazio alle finali A, che porteranno alla prima assegnazione delle medaglie tra le 15:20 e le 16:48. Se vi siete divertiti, stessa spiaggia, stesso mare, dalle 15:00 nuovamente insieme dalla torre d'arrivo della Schiranna di Varese.